Hello everybody, how's it going? This is Dicebag again, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber. And we got some stuff to work on as usual. We got character designs, as you could probably see by the title. That's what we're working on today, buddies. Hopefully, the internet doesn't do something stupid tonight too, like it did last time. And we can actually get something done. Hold up. To adjust myself a tad. Excuse me. Alright, that's close. That's pretty close. So yeah. Oof. I gotta turn my sound down from my end. Alright. Are we ready to get into this? I think finally I am. Yeah, I had to... Took a little longer to get in here because I realized I didn't have a drink that I wanted to have because it's kind of hot. And then I realized I needed to pee. Then I realized that the toilet had not filled up the flush bowl since the last time I used it. So I had to wait for that to fill back up before I flushed it. So here I am now. But yeah, we're doing character designs because there's some changes happening in the creature's world with the way I've decided things are going to be made. Just small ones, but they necessitate some new character designing. Namely, we're gonna design some tribesmen today, specifically tribesmen of the Vivid Vale. So we got our boy Arthur here, Lord of the Vivid Vale, Master of the Verdant King, and he's gonna be kind of our measurement to keep everything in proportion here. And let's see, better jump into the voice channel for Discord while I'm here before I forget. Because I will. So yeah, here we go. And once we get through with these guys, if we do, I got some other projects that I haven't finished that were things I was working on a long time ago and forgot about. So we might bang out some of that later. But first off, we gotta get our tribesmen in here. So we're gonna start out making a head, specifically a head. Okay, hold up. My microphone is twisted in the wrong way, so it's bumping into my shoulder when I try to draw. Nice. Microphones suck. I hate microphones. Audio in general sucks. This is the worst thing about streaming and making videos and stuff. It's like freaking wizardry. Nothing really just works well when it comes to audio. You have to finagle it in all kinds of ways. Alright. We got our head shape and size here. Kinda off a little bit there, but that looks pretty close. We might change the you know what, I just forgot what I was gonna say. The angle. We might change the angle of the face. I don't know how he's gonna be standing here. But he should be relatively tall, right? He should be a he's out in the wilderness. He should be a pretty thick boy. Has to survive on the land. Question is, how are we going to style him. That's going to be the main thing. I got some references pulled up for tribal styles. Namely some, what'd you call that? European tribal stuff. And we might throw in a little bit like Native American stuff in there too for the aesthetic. The vivid veil should be reflected in the way they dress to some extent, so we'll throw in some features of like the flora around there. Not so much the fauna. We gotta remember that creatures dissolve into essence when they die. So we can't really use their body parts in the actual clothing. So I have to get a little more creative with it than that. So I'm going to duplicate that head and turn the head. We can save the other one for later. Whoop, that looks awful. So does that. This just looks... Alright. He is taking shape. Alright, let's tone down his little brow ridge here, or his significant brow ridge, rather. There we go. That head should work. It's a bit big. All right. Whoops. Now this shoulder should be more down. And this is the one that should be up. We're gonna have him like holding a spear. Like so. So this line gonna be up. This side gonna be down. Then let's see. Elbows should be around like the bottom of the rib cage. That's typical elbow placement. You know what though? I'm looking at a picture of this kind of stance right now as a reference. It looks more like the arm swings out a little harder. Like so. And we'll give him like the little He-Man underwear pelvis to show where his legs are gonna attach. What? How's this lining up? He's quite top heavy actually. Let's just take this whole section. Alright, stretch it a little bit. Make some little adjustments. Hey there! Evergrade, what's going on?
Nothing much. Had a day that was definitely a day that happened. Very boring.
Sounds eventful.
It wasn't. So I'm glad to be back and doing my own thing. Currently drawing memes. And I'm probably going to be going on a venture to look into a few capture cards and gradually testing out what I can get my hands on.
Nice. So you're gonna be trying to do some console games then?
Yeah, odds on. At worst, I'm probably going to be able to go into Switch stuff. I need to check my old Wii U and need to look into the viability of doing it for a 3DS, which is looking a bit doubtful. But I'll give it a shot.
Capture cards for older stuff seems like it's hard to deal with. I don't know how it's been since I tried that, but it was a long time ago.
Yep. I think I found one option. Main thing I'm concerned about is let's figure out exactly how that would work for a 3DS. They don't really have much in the way of ports. Maybe through the AC adapter. I'll figure it out when I get there.
Cross that bridge when you come to it.
Burn that bridge when you get there.
We YOLO around here.
Actually, sir, we only ball.
Oh,
no
you
mincing
ball?
around allowed.
Excuse me, sir. I didn't realize we were such ballers.
We are quite balling, as the young folks would say.
Hey kids, how's it going?
How do you do, fellow kids?
You like Pokemon?
You mean that old thing? You mean that old thing from 20 years ago? Probably not.
It's still going.
What? No way. Don't the kids follow stuff like Digimon or Yokai Watch?
Digimon. Digimon's older than Pokemon.
This?
I mean, if you go back to the whole Tamagotchi ones.
Wait, Tamaga. Ah, jeez, I vaguely wait. Is Digimon older than Tamagotchi?
No, they were like a ripoff of Tamagotchi for boys. No, you know the ones that had like the little pixel pets.
I vaguely remember them.
I had 3 of them because nobody else had them and I wanted ones to battle with.
Did you have fun fighting yourself?
I guess. It was all automated. It wasn't really a game to it.
I had something similar, but instead of Digimon, it was these little plot characters that you'd stick together, and when you did that, they could interact with each other.
I think I remember something like that too.
Yeah, it was especially fun. You could also tip them over, and they'd fall around. I think into each other's blocks too. So, with the Digimon Tamagotchi, did you need to connect them with a cable, or could you just hold them together?
You just held them together.
Ah,
I think you touched them together, the top parts of them, and then like it would resolve the battle and they just like play out on each other's screens.
would the battle get cut off if they get separated?
I don't think so. I think that was the point. Like it just once the animation started playing, the battle was already over effectively. They were just showing you what happened.
I can't believe we were watching. We had rape battles as a kid. SMH. Thought this was an honest. Isn't there any honest monster collector out there?
No.
I know.
Do you think companies who engage in animal cruelty would be honest?
No, I don't think companies that make monster collecting games would be honest. I mean, pretty much everything where you collect monsters has some facsimile of an animal.
Yeah. This guy's legs are skinny as hell.
He hasn't hit the gym yet.
He's skipping his leg days. You'd think he would do those pretty often with how much the tribesmen are running from creatures.
Maybe he's the type to stand and fight, and it's actually a detriment.
All I hear is the type to stand and die. Creatures ain't no
It's
joke.
called a tactical retreat.
Alright. He do be thick up top though. Let's bring him down a tad.
That's why he's so scrawny. He's been focusing too much on his arms.
I guess.
Built like Popeye.
Or like any kind of muscular cartoon character.
Man's built like a One Piece character. especially after the time skip. I think it's where a lot of guys just have all of their muscle mass and their even the top half of their body.
So they're all shaped like this.
Yeah, they're basically blocks with legs. Speaking of blocks with legs, how has your week been, Dice?
What's that got to do with blocks with legs?
You tell me.
I don't know. You're the one who came up with that.
I'm sure you've done something with blocks and you have legs, so that's half of the equation solved.
Not really. I haven't been doing much with blocks, unless you count, like, the blocks, the squares on my website, maybe.
And so we've come full circle as expected. I'm a genius.
There we go. One Piece character.
The legs are too thick. And the mouth is way too small. You're almost there, though.
Okay, here.
There we go. Is that Luffy?
Sure.
Oh my gosh. It's perfect. You know, I don't think people have seen you and Oda in the same room. Something you want to tell us?
No. I'm more of a Kishimoto guy. He doesn't know who that is.
Alright, creator of Naruto, right?
Oh, he does know who that is.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've heard his name. I'd have to be living under a rock a few miles below the earth to not know about his creations.
Just because you know his creations doesn't mean you know him.
I only know... Yeah, know is a strong word. I know of him as the creator of Naruto. And Boruto, the Boruto sequel.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about that.
I don't know enough to talk about it because it felt just like a rehash of Naruto, but with really bad pacing.
Possibly. From what I've heard, Naruto kind of had some bad pacing during the final arc.
Oh, well, sure, but that was because filler.
Yeah. From what I heard, even in the manga, it seems like the common consensus is that the Pain arc is what was the last good main battle. The Pain arc was pretty... Yeah. I do remember liking that arc. Even though, I have to admit, the ending was a bit of a cop-out.
I forget how a lot of things played out in that series now.
A lot of people died until they didn't.
We need to put some clothes on this guy. I should probably give him a shield and a spear and stuff too, while I'm at it.
Hey, I think his hand could be a bit bigger.
I was literally just doing that.
Every artist's best friend.
Yeah. Let's see. We're just gonna make a circle.
Daladakarai Pop said, Naruto was at its best in its martial arts tournament
Naruto was at its best in its martial
which
arts
gets interrupted for the main plot,
unfortunately.
Thank you, Geronimo. And hello,
chat.
Dale. How's it going?
I guess welcome to the Naruto chat. Since you mentioned it, I have to say, I did like the fight and the stuff with Gaara. You know, classic dark parallel, that kind of thing is. Maybe it's a bit cliche, but it can be something but I'm a bit of a sucker for it.
I'm glad it was interrupted for plot.
Dicebag came in to choose a fight.
Hey, you came here.
I'm not complaining. I didn't really like the whole part. I do recall it was really around Shippuden where I sort of fell off the series. Right around the war arc.
Daladakurai Pop. Said,
Snake Guy was lame.
Snake Guy was lame.
Snake Guy? You mean Orochimaru?
Yeah.
Daladakurai Pop.
I don't
Said,
have a particular
Rock Lee
fondness
deserves
for
his win.
Orochimaru. I'm not going to fight him on that.
Dale, Rock Lee saves Gaara later on in the series, so he gets his win, basically.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. He really does.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. Actually, isn't it Gaara that saves Rock Lee?
Oh, wait, you're right.
Oh, no.
That's right. The Sand guys come to help the Leaf guys. I forgot about that.
Sand Guy breaks Lee's body and then saves him. Rock Lee was just a vehicle for his redemption.
Also, why is the text bot mispronouncing things that it doesn't get
Also,
wrong when I'm in the YouTube
mispronouncing
stream?
things that it doesn't get wrong when I'm in the YouTube stream. Maybe it's trying to copy an Australian accent.
You know, you don't have to read it out loud. Geronimo is doing that right now. And I don't know why Geronimo mispronounces some things. Dale Dakurai Pop.
What do you mean? That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I'm sure that's how it's said in Dale's native tongue.
Probably.
Well, I'm not fluent in Australian, so I wouldn't know.
Daladakurai Pop. Said, how does it pronounce Dale as dollar?
I don't know, Dale. That's how. I mean, I don't know, Doll. That's how it's always been pronounced.
He's right, doll. Dakurai Pop.
Maybe if your name wasn't all one word, it would be able to see and understand.
Daladakurai Pop. Said, hilarious. Daladakurai Pop. Said, real cute.
It's just thinking about its cousin, Doll-E. Whenever it pronounces your name. It can't help itself.
Ah, the prehistoric iteration of Geronimo. Now it makes sense.
That's right.
You know, I'm getting a tinge of sarcasm from Dale about Geronimo's pronunciation.
You think he doesn't actually think it's cute?
Daladakurai
I'm
Pop.
going to go on a limb here and
Said,
say
it pronounces it right on YT.
slightly
This is just
possible he
more
doesn't.
evidence that Twitch stinky.
Only slightly Dale doesn't think so.
Oh, Twitch stinky, is it?
Pronounces it right on YouTube. This is just more evidence that Twitch stinky. Yep.
YouTube's stinky too, though, so...
it's the case where you, if there's a case where you'd try to argue which is worse, it wouldn't matter because they're both bad.
There is seriously like no good social media sites these days.
Has there ever really been a good one?
Yes. Tumblr. For real. Not for fake.
I'm gonna need a history lesson. Everything I hear about Tumblr, the best aspect of it was as a containment field for weirdos.
Said, no.
The only bad thing about Tumblr was the people there.
Said, Newgrounds, baby.
Newgrounds doesn't have that many functions, Dale.
Newgrounds does seem kind of nice, but I never knew about it in its heyday, and I'm not a little skeptical about how much mileage I get out of it if I opt in now.
I mean, you might. It can. You'd probably do better if you make fan art and stuff.
You make some fan art anyway.
Said, and message boards.
It's mostly been fan art for friends, so I could try to branch out a bit.
Yeah, I was using Newgrounds for a while, but like on places like that, it's just hard to like get your stuff out there when you're just drawing like personal stuff. Well, that's true of pretty much everywhere, actually, now that I think about it.
Yep. Return to Muds and Mesa. What? And message boards.
Mesa.
Message boards do seem inherently less annoying.
Mesa just sounds like a Australian slang for message boards. Am I correct in that assessment?
I thought it was shorthand for message boards, then Dale said and message boards. What's a Mesa? What's Muds?
Daladakarai Pop.
Let's
Said,
see.
no, my keyboard just disappeared on my phone mid-typing.
And my keyboard just disappeared on my phone mid-typing.
Isn't technology wonderful?
It usually is, except for when it isn't. It's not too fun having to regularly fight your urge to throw your machine out a window. You get used to it.
They have to be taught a lesson.
The machines need to be disciplined.
Can't have them rising up.
Daladakarai Pop. Said, I hate that technology hates me. I am too Tismo for this.
I hate that technology hates me. I'm too Tismo for this. My little Dale can't possibly be this Tismic.
I mean, artismic, right?
Of course. We've all got you got a strong case of artism, because we love art. There's an art to artisms. Patent pending, you can't say that.
Too late. Too late. I already said artisms many times.
Oh, that's a shame. Gonna need at least $20 in the mail for each time.
Daladakarai Pop. Said, I put
Dale
statistic
plus
in
statistic and
artistic.
artistic. That's the spirit.
Good for you, doll.
Yeah, Dalair. Geronimo is just trying to be British.
Ah!
That's why. What happened? What happened, Dice? Did you get into a fist fight?
No. I had my phone sitting in front of me on the desk, but it got knocked off.
I see. Whoops. Give me 1 sec.
I was gonna keep it up where I could see it so I could monitor the disc rod without having it up on my screens.
You afraid we'll say something funny and you'll miss it?
Yeah.
Some hilarious discourse on the Discord. A Lamau.
Disc crud, more like. Boy, spears are freaking long though.
Yep. Okay, you gotta be designed that way to make sword users feel bad.
That's true.
My pointy stick is way better than your pointy stick.
Stick with metal better than metal stick.
Peak Unga Bunga.
Ook ook eek.
Daladakarai Pop said, counter proposal, sword staves.
Sword staves. Dale.
Sword step. Oh, wait, is that one of a spear, but it has a blade at the end instead of the point?
Or are we talking Darth Maul style?
You mean the dual blades? Those are pretty cool. You may never know.
Daladakarai Pop said, spears already tend to have blades on the end. I mean sword staves, which are pole-arm
Spears already
swords.
tend to have blades
Love
on
sword
the end.
staves.
I mean sword stave, which are pole-arm swords. Love sword staves. Well, now we know. Knowing is half the battle.
Not gonna lie, it sounds kind of like, it sounds kind of pointless. Like the thing is, the length of the spear kind of helps you with like thrusting. Like that's kind of the main function of it. And once you get into like really close combat where you'd want to do some chopping more, it just like you'd be better off with like a bardiche or something with an axe head.
I think you mean a halberd?
I think they're both kind of the same thing.
Bardiche.
Okay, what layer did I put the spear? Okay, there it is.
He did the funny art thing. Point that. Laugh, everybody.
Bardic ain't good for thrusting.
Bardiche ain't good for thrusting. It looks okay for thrusting, but it's definitely designed to be like, looks like an axe, designed for big swings.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the length of the
Daladakarai
pole...
Pop said, A bardic and halberd are not the same thing, don't even.
Okay, I gotta look at the difference between a bardiche and a halberd now.
Actually, I can kind of see it, but let me look up a halberd.
Daladakarai said, no, a bardic
Not a
is all
halberd.
axe head.
Bardiche is all axe head. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, the halberd has the like the point.
Wait, the halberd it does actually look okay for stabbing. Didn't realize that.
Yeah, okay, I was thinking of halberd. But
I thought the
bardiche is what came to mind. Excuse me if these like foreign old school words don't really flow off the tongue perfectly.
Cancelled. Couldn't get the definitions right. Misleading information. Clickbait.
I'm exiled from the sword community.
All 10 enthusiasts angry enough about this to cancel you will never forgive you.
Oh, there's more than 10.
20.
Daladakarai said, halberds have spear on it and usually a beak on the other side. The axe head is also usually curved downwards. A halberd is more useful as a thrusting weapon than a chopping weapon. Imo. Daladakarai said, it's just me today.
Yeah, Dale, I can see the difference now that I've looked them up.
Halberd is more useful as a thrusting weapon than a chopping weapon. So, where does that leave a spear, but with something that's designed not as an axe, but as a blade for cutting? I think the heavier feeling of the axe makes it more optimal for swinging.
Daladakarai said, I like pole arms.
With the,
Also not my
it's a
fault to
blade,
delay your goddamn
you're not going
spine.
to have as much weight, and you will need to use the extra energy to cut properly.
We might have to turn Geronimo off again. I'm getting confused on who's talking.
Is it because our voices sound the same?
You sound just like Geronimo, yes.
Wow.
Not
uncanny.
really.
Oh, never mind. Makes sense. It's funny we're talking about mentioning spears since Dale's delay spiked on his end. How thematically appropriate.
Yeah, well, the signal has to travel all to the other side of the world for him.
It can't turn upside down fast enough.
It cannot. Poor Dale.
If only someone could nerf Australia.
Nerf it.
Oh,
Isn't it already nerfed?
Said, leaf
you're right.
blade
The
spears are
Australian
cool.
debuff.
Good for chopping and thrusting.
Leaf blade spears are cool? Leaf blades are kind of cool in general. I should draw them more often. I don't think you're going to do much chopping with one of this size though. Speaking of, maybe it would be better to subdue the leaf bladedness of it a bit. Something more like so. And let's see, what kind of things can we put on this boy to cover up his naked body?
Pants.
Pants.
Well, that's my contribution for the night. Have
I
fun,
have
everyone.
an extra layer that I'm not using. Let's
Not
delete it.
one. Righty.
A lot of the stuff I'm seeing for like tribesmen when it comes to dang it. Where did that go? When it comes to like European tribesmen, namely Celts and Germanic tribes I'm looking at, they kind of go all in on the almost kilt kind of thing. Well, not so much kilt, but more like long tunics.
Okay.
Point being, they're not wearing pants.
No pants for them, I guess.
Some of them are.
Okay.
I'm thinking... Let's start with his belt. Just something nondescript here. We'll give him something that kind of what's the word for that? Gets squished at the waist and then hangs down long.
I know exactly what you mean. I can see it. I don't know if there's a specific name for it.
I'm not a fashion guru, I don't know these names.
Me neither.
Speaking of things I don't know, I actually got a demo back from the composer.
Oh.
So things are moving along in the creature's music.
Excellent.
I could drop that in the Discord actually for you guys to listen to.
Sure, I'd love to listen to it.
I want to play it like on the stream. I don't know if it'd be cool if with me like putting his unfinished work out on the internets.
That's fine. Play it safe.
Let's see if I can find that again. I think it's still in. Mind is blinking real often right now. Gmail, my Gmail. Which, by the way, I have a creature's Gmail account now. Like all the other accounts I've been making. Alright, we're just gonna save that to documents. There you go.
Listen. Oh. Joe just sent me a lot of images of spears. That one. Yeah, he sent it 4 minutes ago.
What?
Yeah, let me just post that. Well, I'll post it a little later. First for the streams chat. Courtesy of Dale. Spear examples. Let me listen.
Thought you were talking about the music reminded you of spears.
No.
Also, nice creatures. I wasn't there for when you finish those.
Oh, I was wondering what you thought.
I put those up on screen here.
Yep, I finally got around to finishing everyone. Tweaked them a little more off stream, including some colored lines, which you'll see when I post them tomorrow.
Colored lines, oh.
I had to make the only way I could complete everything. They were a lot of fun. And I don't remember who, I think it was Dale who gave me the idea to give Petrock the cool S, since he's customizable.
I thought that was me.
Oh wait, maybe it was you.
Because I was there when you were drawing them the first time.
Right. It's been a pretty busy week.
Yeah.
Managed to fit. You got a lot done. Finished the work from 2 art streams.
Nice. I'm still working on the website.
Don't worry, I've got plenty of stuff I need to do too. Specifically writing. That's something I've been slacking on. I am doing a decent job of keeping up with my art. And I have been more motivated to do streams, especially since, well, there's a lot of stuff to play in general, and I'll be able to do a few console games I want to do soon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, somewhat soon. There's probably going to be some trial and error, and if I can avoid it, I don't want to break the bank on getting a capture card if I don't have to. Oh yeah, that reminds me. There was something. Wait a second. Something interesting I found out about it. Oops, one sec. Be right back.
All right. Ooh. Something about this don't look right. I think that's a little better. Got his fur cloak here. As I have often said, cloaks and creatures are like hats to Pokemon. Everybody should have a cloak. It's just cool. Also helps give like a slightly more wizardy look to everybody. It's kind of important when all the big players are going to be conjurers. So, you know, even the melee guys are gonna have magic-y elements to them.
Need to do something, but since you mentioned wizards, I have to ask: would that mean that this stream counts as wizard posting?
Sure, I don't know what that is, but sure.
Posting about wizards.
Okay.
Glad we cleared that up. Oh wait,
We just love casting spells, I guess.
it'd be pretty funny. My favorite is when a wizard will surprise people and cast Volley of Lead or non-magic missile.
I like 90s mage.
Yeah, too bad he had accidentally atomized someone.
I mean, what do you expect? 90s were just too powerful for that guy.
Well, the last eras where things mattered, of course it would be too strong. Is it possible to learn this power? Not from a zoomer.
Dale's mentioning spears in the Discord, and now I'm self-conscious about the one I was drawing. I looked at it from a distance and it looked off. And it still does. To this day.
Maybe does it need to be rounder?
It needs the symmetry tool.
The ultimate power. By the way, I listened to the whole music demo. I really like it. My first thought is that it reminds me of Legend of Zelda. That's the immediate feeling I get. Like one of the slower tracks from those games.
It reminded me of a lullaby.
I think that's probably the feeling I get. The feeling I got, because that's what some of the more relaxed, well-known music from Zelda sounds like.
Yeah.
Like
For the record, the feedback I gave him was, it sounds too much like a lullaby. I want to make sure that my viewers don't fall asleep, so let's speed it up.
Yeah.
I told him I wanted something chill, and he went way past chill into lullaby territory. But it's still early on, so we can fix that.
You asked for chill, and he did the deep freeze.
Alright. What kind of internet happenings have been going on this week?
I haven't kept up with a lot, but I know the main one is with everyone's most favorite historically accurate series, Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Are you ready to play as the
Daladakarai Pop
Japanese setting? As a
said,
Japanese
I usually don't use
samurai
symmetry tool for my
who will
spears and
definitely
symmetrical
blend in
sword
well.
designs. I use Oxus Hapes, and if it's particularly complex I draw subtractively.
Me neither.
I don't play Assassin's Creed.
I played it, but stopped around after the Ezio trilogy.
I think I've played like one of them.
Which one?
I want to say it was Brotherhood.
That was a pretty good one. That was part of the Ezio trilogy, and I don't
That's
remember
the
if that
ones
was
that people like, right?
Yeah, that's kind of where a general consensus of that's where when Assassin's Creed was good, or at its best, because
Daladakarai Pop
one was a bit
said,
suffered from
Box shapes.
first game syndrome. It was a pretty rough title. Two was a really big expansion, and the games that followed it were still good, maybe a bit iterative. And after that, the people tend to be kind of mixed. I think the most positive feedback I tend to hear is with Black Flag, and that's mainly because I don't think they dislike people like openly dislike the Assassin's Creed stuff, but they really like the pirate ship battles.
Yeah.
Funny enough, apparently Ubisoft's other game, Skull and Bones, was
Not
based
doing
on-
so hot last I heard.
no, but it was also based. You initially used Black Flag as a blueprint, and I think it was supposed to be a sequel. But after a ton of changes, it became its own game that, even after like a decade, is somehow has worse ship battles than Black Flag. There is a chance that Ubisoft might have wanted to cancel the whole thing outright, but apparently they borrowed money from the Singapore government and didn't want to get sued into oblivion or sent to jail.
That's always a good idea, borrowing money from governments.
Or sort of like borrowing money from shareholders. It always works out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let's just indebt ourselves. And then we'll win.
That's always how it works.
It's free money.
They definitely won't demand creative control when you're using their money and make all the wrong decisions and then blame it on you.
They won't force you to bend over backwards and dispel all of your dignity to please them.
They definitely won't force you to include a bunch of anti-consumer practices that will piss people off more than the money that you'd make.
They also won't force you to hire people because it's fashionable, even if it destroys your product. Or just force you to destroy your product because it's fashionable.
Oh yeah, Trench
Yeah.
Crusades. Dale mentions that.
French Crusade.
I had some things to say about that one on Twitter.
French Crusade. Well, it's probably not a good sign that I've never heard of that.
You'll probably never hear of it again at the rate it's going.
What is it? A game?
It's a miniatures game that was like... It's like coming out, I think it's in crowdfunding, I think. But yeah, a bunch of people online were like, hey, look at this, it's grimdark like Warhammer. Why don't we get on board with this thing because Warhammer is going woke? And like a few days later, wouldn't you know it, the people getting on board that to get away from Warhammer are getting banned from the Discords because Trench Crusades is woke too. Wow, who would have guessed?
Oh my gosh. It's sort of it's sort of it's just like how actually I can't think of a specific comparison, but yeah, it just happens. They're trying you imagine trying to be edgy while being woke. It's impossible. We don't know and it feels intellectually dishonest. And they couldn't even fake it until they got a good product out.
Yeah, no, they got like woke game journos to mod their Discord servers.
Oh, never mind. I actually do have a comparison. Sort of like how Arrowhead did with Helldivers 2.
Yeah.
You know the ones who call people who like the game fascists. And
Yeah.
and of course, I do believe at least one was he was constantly trying to defend Sony because communists are the biggest corporate shills in existence.
Always.
Is there any greater corporate whore?
And communists?
Not fair at all. Yeah. They say they hate big business, but they will shill like no other. If they can just tell people they don't like, it's an independent business. It can do what it wants as long as it follows what they want.
Let's see. Dale says the drama seems to be a disconnect between the community management and the community, not the game and the designers itself. Well, I've seen the things going down, and when this was brought up to the designers, they just said, "Oh, we trust the mod team."
That's my main problem. Even if I believe completely that they feigned ignorance, there's a certain point where they should have just let go anyone who was long before they did, or they were attacking fans.
I think we're talking about Trench Crusades with that one.
Never mind. I was talking about Helldivers 2. But yeah, so French Crusades had a 15 minutes of fame before it even existed and squandered it incredibly.
Yep. And I typed up a post on Twitter about that. And basically said, look, if you guys don't make something specifically to exclude woke people, they are going to come in. Because a lot of these designers that are working on these other games that are out there, that are like competitors to the games that are already in there, they're made by people who are already part of the industry. Which means they're probably woke.
Yeah.
And if they're not like full on woke, then they probably like tacitly agree with the stuff. Or they're gonna be easily bullied into agreeing with them.
Yep. Unfortunate. This seemed to be a bit of an issue with artistic types.
Dale says the reoccurring lessons that hasn't been learned this month. Community and public relations departments are cancerous to hobbies. Yeah, kinda. That's like ground zero where the wokies try to get into.
I think if people were just a little bit better about hiring the worst human beings that the human race has ever created, things might be better on that department. It's a bit of a nasty habit.
People like to delude themselves into thinking that things aren't the way they are, I've noticed. Because with Trench Crusades, you can definitely see, like, a little bit of a wokeness in the world itself. But people kind of want to deny it and overlay their own worldview into it. Because with Trench Crusades, the whole thing is like, it's like a grimdark type of world, so like everybody's the bad guy. But it's also like the premise is that like the world had like demons summoned into it for a long time ago, and now it's a fight between like humanity and demons. And like obviously it's called Crusade, so there's a lot of religious imagery and stuff. So when you're taking it and saying, okay, these are the Christians and the Christians are the bad guys too, but they're fighting the demons, so they're kind of not the bad guys. It's like, yeah, you may be able to rationalize that, hey, yeah, these are in fact the good guys because they're fighting the demons. But that's not really how the setting kind of presents itself. And that's like, that should be like the first red flag when you're looking for wokeness. How does the setting present itself compared to how you're interpreting it? Because I'd hate to break it to a lot of people, but yes, a lot of things that are not overtly political are covertly political.
I understand what you mean.
The reason woke stuff is so bad these days is because they're not good at hiding it anymore. They don't leave things up to interpretation. So when you get something like Trench Crusades, where like it's more ambiguous, they're still trying to propagandize you. They're just more subtle about it.
Some people would say you sound paranoid, and I really wish you were, but that's just how it is.
Like the thing is, I've been looking at this stuff since I was really young, and seeing like, okay, this is like very liberal in its worldview, the way it's presented. Like you go back to like even like the older Star Treks, like the 90s Star Treks and 2000 Star Treks. And like if you're paying attention, you can see like they really hate like traditional things in those series. Less so in the later ones, but like when you start out with the Next Generation, there's a episode early on where like some aliens that are like very traditionalist come around, and like the captain is like mad that some other guy knocked up his daughter, and he wants him to stick around and get married. And like the way Starfleet treats these people is like, oh, these are savages. These people are crazy. What? They think he just had sex. That's all there is to it. You don't need to have a family. It's like that's the entire through line. And like if you're paying attention, if you're actually paying attention and know what the kind of things they've been pushing like these days is, it lines up exactly with what they've been pushing. It's very anti-family, very like sexual revolution, like no consequence lifestyles. And that's a theme that's very heavy throughout Star Trek in general.
I actually have noticed that. It has been a little less recently, but looking at older stuff is kind of sucks because I always have to wonder, is there meant to be an intention? I'll see things, I'll think, I wonder, is there an intentional subtext here, or is it just a coincidence that people weren't thinking that deeply about? And it's really gonna suck for it if I go back to retro stuff I like.
A lot of video games were pretty light on that as far as I remember. Hollywood hadn't moved in on video games for a long time. And that's where a lot of that stuff comes from.
I had mentioned it before, like Hollywood, like a lot of people in general in the West hated video games for a long time. I'm pretty sure they still do. They just have to acknowledge that it makes money. Certainly more money than movies. Despite Kojima's worship of Hollywood. I respect Kojima's stuff, but he needs to get over this. Hollywood is terrible, and even when they could make some things that were watchable, they were still pretty bad. And they hated the medium he worked in that made him famous.
Yeah, I don't put a lot of stock in Kojima myself.
But I mean,
he makes the kind of games that I don't care about, which would be like very story-heavy, cinematic type of games. Like because he doesn't want to be a game designer really. He wants to be a writer for movies. He wants to direct movies.
Yep.
He's had some interesting moments with game design, but like, I don't think that's where his heart is. I think he's just an eccentric and that produces weird things that are novel in general.
Yep. That's a good way of putting it. And I'll admit, I'm the type of guy who eats up really story-heavy games, but does feel like a lot of newer games, there's kind of an obsession of trying to be really serious and epic, like Final Fantasy. They kind of tried to lean into it with 16 as a big Game of Thrones style epic. And thinking about, I did get the impression of style over substance in a lot of ways. Because the game looks very good, the battles are flashy, but it feels like outside of its initial launch, it hasn't left a huge impression. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Not everything needs to stay in the public eye, but this is Square's main moneymaker, and it's something they really want to. They clearly want to try and make big money on and sell forever. And as far as I can tell, it at least wasn't as much of a mess as Final Fantasy 15 was. Dale says he just wants good art. I'm okay with it being politically disagreeable so long as it's good. Problem is the people who are making politically charged games are doing so as a political mission. Goeth actually did bring up an interesting point of how artists do tend to put themselves into their art.
Oh, definitely.
I also contended that that's true. But my current thought is, can we have artists that aren't completely awful people? Or perhaps artists that at least don't want to contribute all of their energy 24/7 into being an awful person. Because it takes something out of you to just go out of your way, be rude, get people angry, and just keep going with that. And you think a sane person would at least want to step away and act normal. but a lot of artists don't want that.
Well, you see, here's the problem. You're talking about sane people,
Right.
not artists.
I have to. Yeah.
When it comes right down to it, a lot of artists are kind of just crappy people. I mean, I'm pretty sure severe mental illness is overrepresented in artists.
You mean you mean attention seeking?
That too. Narcissism, things like that.
Yeah. I'm hardly. Of course, I won't say I'm a saint or anything. It's just. I literally just want a grill, man. That's all. I try to. Okay, of course, they talk about some controversial stuff here, but generally, I try to focus mainly on my art when I'm posting things. Because, frankly, it's more fun to focus on that or talk about video games or whatever, no matter how obscure they are. Or how esoteric my view is on them. That's fun. Life's too short to be angry all the time.
I try not to be.
I know.
This is why I've embraced blocking on social media. Namely Twitter.
Haven't had to deal with that, but I'm not as famous as you are, Dice.
Not that I'm all that famous, really. Your streams do better than me, by the way.
I was streaming last night. I'm not gonna lie. I was fine to get everything finished, and I set up a raid. I was surprised that I thought there would only be like 1 or 2. There were actually 5 people sticking around. You were kind enough to stick around.
Yeah, I've kind of shot myself in the foot on Twitch, at least. Streaming to 5 different places, and it's like, oh, you need an average of this many streamers, and it's like, but they're all on the other platforms, guys.
You mean viewers?
Yeah, viewers, whatever. Whatever I said, you know what I mean.
They all do things on streams. The same difference.
Dale says, to be frank, the most famous contemporary artists tend to be actually mentally ill. Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, I'm an artist, and my view on artists tends to be pretty negative. I do recall that around the time I joined Parlor, there was a point where I may or may not have given up hope on other artists just being normal. It sounds like it's not quite a joke. I was actually pretty bummed.
I mean, I wouldn't consider any of the people in our friend group to be normal. Maybe not psychos, but not normal.
Well, we want to make art and be happy. That's more than other artists.
I don't want to be happy. I want to be angry. That's why I'm on Twitter.
Oh, of course. All right. That's right. Rage bait for engagement, of course. Problem with multi-platform streaming, dividing the view base. Some people are married to a single platform only. You make a good point, Dale. Splitting the audience does seem to be a problem, but being married to a single platform I think is also an issue. So I agree with diversifying, because if something happens to a place like Twitch, like say they allow
Like
things
say
that
I say the
advertisers-
N-word by accident.
Dice, no, you're not a woman. Twitch doesn't favor you.
Right, exactly.
And you're not an Asian VTuber either. One thing I said before
I won't
is
get
like,
away with anything, will I?
I don't know, you'll have weirdos like me here. Hey, I'll defend Good. No, the man's not normal. Yeah, we're not. No, we're a bunch of strange folks.
Kohet is the most normal degenerate I know, besides myself.
Yeah.
At least he has the sense to understand like where normal begins and where normal ends and where he begins.
I thoroughly respect Koet. You Koet's warnings not to look at his content.
Yeah. He's usually right.
I do like seeing his normal art sometimes. It's nice.
You know what? I went into this thinking I'd just hand this off to Patron to finish up, but it looks like I'm cleaning up the line art as I go.
I can't believe Patron's out of a job.
Patron's still got several pages of the comic to line. But I was expecting to give him a little more work to do, because I got the website to work on.
Back to the line art mines with Patron.
Dale says he just knows how to switch on and off at the perfect timing.
Oh, that's well.
About Kohet.
A lot of artists don't know how to turn off the weirdo switch.
That's all you can really ask. Don't be weird at inappropriate times. A lot of artists would do well to learn that.
Yeah. A bit of a harsh opinion I have is that a lot of artists tend to deserve all the problems they deal with, mainly because they tend to be their own worst enemy.
That's often true, yeah.
Man, why am I so stressed about everything? As I rage, as I obsess over things that are completely out of my control and yell at people who don't care. It is easy to get swept up in things, but just stepping away can very much help. I don't care for turning off the switch. I'm too far gone, unfortunately. Well, thank goodness you're much better at hiding it, Dale.
How's this guy looking? He seems a little plain.
Maybe. But you have any ideas for something that can go on his shirt, like either a sigil or maybe the armor, like his king?
That's not his king.
Oh, shoot.
This
Sorry,
is
I'm
a
deaf.
tribesman.
Oh,
He wanders the
sorry.
wilderness, hangs out with his tribe, goes hunter-gathering, runs from wild creatures because he doesn't have any binding crystals.
Rick? Are they? So is he indigenous to the creature setting, or is he new to the land as well?
He's indigenous to the Vivid Vale.
I see.
Arthur, the Duke here, actually came in from the south and conquered the mythic creature.
See, I remember him conquering that mythic creature. What was his name? The Flower King?
The Verdant King.
The Verdant King. Yeah, very big flower.
But yeah, this guy's a primitive. You know what? I was gonna give him like a rim on his shield, but I think that's even too...
Would his shield really be a perfect circle?
It's not.
Oh, it's an oval. Never mind.
Yeah. You know what? He probably should have like something in the middle though, like the metal thing.
Maybe the shield could be dinged up from fighting with creatures. Oh, the metal thing, the bolt.
There's a specific name for it, I forget what it is though.
Until we know that, it shall henceforth be known as the shield bolt.
Dale says, "Ah yes, the Floral Duke." Expand to...
The plant
There
ruler.
we go. There we go. Nice simple shield for this guy. A shield boss, that's what it's called. Thanks, Dale.
Shield boss? Really?
Yeah, the thing in the middle.
Okay.
That's where the handle attaches to on the other side.
Oh, that makes sense.
I got a center grip on this one. What was I doing? Oh yeah. I need a hair for this guy.
He's been bald for so long, I keep thinking he'll have a shortcut. But he would be a woodsman. So he'd probably at least have a beard.
I'm thinking we'll give him kind of like a man bun.
Or as the samurai would call it, a top knot. I maintain my belief that top knot sounds cooler.
It sounds like a joke name for it.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man bun. Just I associate it with the Western version and the type of people who wear it. So it's hard for me to take that seriously.
What's your
I
man
don't
bun? Just bun.
The bun. Jeez, a guy tying up their bun just sounds bad.
Why does that sound bad?
Well, not bad. It just sounds weird. Because when I think of guys, I don't think of you. I don't really think about guys with really long hair, except maybe mullets. Or ponytails, but I don't see a lot of guys with ponytails either.
Dale thinks top knots and man buns are different. I guess the top knot is specifically like the way they do it. And maybe with the shaved balding head too.
Hmm.
Are they gonna shave Yasuke's head like a samurai does?
I gotta confirm this. 1 second. It's called Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah. What's wrong? What's wrong with that name?
I don't think I should say on Twitch. Shadows are very dark. I think I'm tired. Probably shouldn't be laughing at something like that. Nice man, good news.
Good news?
Well, bad news. He has dreadlocks in ancient Japan.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
It's not the Killmonger haircut that literally every black character has had for the past few years. It could become that.
Which one's that?
You know the shaved head with the dreadlocks hanging on the side?
Sure.
That one. Was literally from one Marvel villain. And it just kept popping up.
What's up with partially shaved heads these days? Freaking hate that trend.
Well, you see, a lot of the people who are in with entertainment are all actually the same person. So they do the same. I'll do the same thing because they think it sounds cool.
Yeah, I guess.
I think it may be because that it's associated with punk hairstyles, and they want to try and seem rebellious and edgy.
I think it's associated with mentally ill people who butcher their hair in fits of weirdness.
I remember reading one American comic where a character got it because they were being prepped for a lobotomy. Well, it was brain surgery technically, but that's how I think of it. The head sickness haircut.
They've been doing it for so long too.
I never really thought. Yeah. I don't want to try and sound like, oh, well, I was always on the right side of it. I never thought it looked very good.
Yeah, me neither.
It's
I've
especially-
never been out there saying, oh yeah, I like this hairstyle. I've always been like, Can we not? Like,
yeah,
there's very few cases where I think it looked alright.
it's especially bad on women. Just, but I can't think of a case where I think of a guy who like just has a chunk of their head shaved bald that it really looks good on them. Maybe if it's like on the sides and most of the hair is on top, but even that's getting kind of old because that's getting so common. It feels like a more limited version of the full shaved head we get.
Dale says, all my homies hate the side shave. Yeah, the worst part about the side shave is, like, you can replicate the general look without shaving the head.
Yeah.
Like that whole thing where, you know, you got the face and the hairline, and then they do the thing, and they got this luscious hair over on this one side, and then this part is just bald. Like, you could do braids.
Hate that.
You could...
The long hair. It's the worst.
Like, just braid it. Just braid it. Just
Please,
braid it. It's got the same kind of
tie up
look.
your
It's
head.
not... It doesn't have to be shaved. People, come on.
You look like you're about to have your head excavated.
And once you know it, there are examples where some people have done that with just... Instead of shaving it, they braid it on one side, and it actually looks really good. You don't have to shave your head like a psycho.
But how will they look like all their friends?
Maybe they shouldn't look like their friends. This guy needs more decorations.
Yep.
What kind of decorations would he have in the Vivid Veil? Probably flowers?
Oh. Maybe since he has a leaf blade, he could have actual leaf decorations.
I'm thinking more like how Native Americans will put feathers on everything, you know? I don't want to get too decorative with, like, the actual equipment and stuff.
Hmm.
They get super sweaty on one side of their head only, Dale says. That's why they
That would be the most normal thing about them. So I get an important question about a specific creature, Petrock.
Uh-huh.
Is he... So... How does Petrock move? Is he like a worm where he can like become round and distend his body and crawl forward?
Basically, yeah. He's like a slug.
But he's not... He doesn't feel like a slug.
No.
Does he? He's rock solid and he just moves like a slug.
Yes.
Okay, I was curious about it.
I ain't futzing with, like... What would you call that? Weirdo biology. Constructs are magic. We leave it at that.
Yeah, I know. I just wasn't sure because he looks very soft, but he's got rock in his name, and I know he's a construct, so I wasn't sure.
And he's an earth type.
That too.
So yeah, he is
So, like-
solid, but he can wiggle around like a worm, pretty much.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was hard like a rock or soft like clay. Good to know that he's rock solid.
Dale says, I like to think it moves like a weeping angel.
How will you know? He won't move when he looks at you.
Okay, serious question I'm working with. How do I give this guy flower decorations without
Hmm,
making him look effeminate?
Let me have a look. The first thing I think of since you brought up Indians were something like the headbands. Maybe you could have flowers on the band of his belt, or not flowers, like flower petals hanging off of it, sort of like feathers.
Maybe.
Because I see that on Indians. I don't necessarily think girly.
You know what he needs is a knot on his belt. Where it's actually tied together.
Oh, that makes sense.
Instead of a actual belt buckle. It'll be like a rope belt or something.
Hmm.
Dale posting SpongeBob in the Discord. That's so gay, Dale. We get your SpongeBob references. Unless it's newer SpongeBob, then I don't get those. Poor Dale. Hangs out with kids and they don't get your references. Hangs out with old men and they also don't get your references.
I don't get most references either way.
Alright. Let's stop procrastinating and look up some flowers.
New SpongeBob Dale scene is the third movie, which is 30% good.
There's a third
Interesting.
movie?
There's a third. Did that come out yet?
I wouldn't know. I haven't even seen one SpongeBob movie.
So the first one. What? I forgot that there was a second one. So I've only seen the first one.
And flowers would actually wilt really quickly.
They're fantasy flowers. Flowers also, you also don't fit into crystals, but the Verdant King is around.
You know what? Let's give him a headband. But we'll make it like a vine.
Oh, that's better than my idea. This says the third movie is 3 years old. Wait, isn't there going to be a recent movie? I gotta look this up now.
He has to know about the SpongeBob movie.
I have to check. I feel like there's 3, or what are there 4? Oh my gosh. I know about the second, but I barely know anything about the third. And there's a 4th coming out that got leaked a while ago. As in main theater release movies. I thought it was going crazy.
It all sounds crazy to me. Dang whippersnappers. And your 3 SpongeBob movies.
Or
I don't even know why you needed the first one.
first one was good. Maybe you didn't need it, but it was good.
I seriously just don't understand, like, movies for cartoons.
Hmm.
Dale says, feels like you can see when Steven lost influence or passed on. Though I think he passed after his production finished.
I
Is
know
that
it was
the creator of SpongeBob?
Steven Hillenburg. I'm pretty sure he was working as a producer, but it wouldn't surprise me if he was more hands off, just because of how things shifted around season 4 onwards.
Oh,
Let's see.
excuse me.
Part of me is kind of tempted to repost that Magnet art I posted again around election season. But another part of me is wondering if that's a good idea.
I don't see why not.
The only vote that matters. The Magman sweep. I'm still very happy I was able to go in that pose.
All right.
My favorite conspiracy theory is that everything is going to be alright.
Let's see, Dale says the third one retcons season 1 through 4.
Are you joking?
How much is there to retcon in SpongeBob? Do people take SpongeBob lore seriously? I guess I know better than that because I've watched Gura and Crony play a SpongeBob level of Power Wash Simulator and just talk SpongeBob lore the entire time.
I'm not super into SpongeBob lore, but I probably know more than the average person would.
Alright. We got a flower headband, or not a flower headband, vine headband, but we're going to turn it into a flower headband.
Hold on. Let me just... There we go. I had to refresh the screen on my end.
This kind of flower was a mistake. It's a good thing CSP lets you go so far back with the undos. There we go.
You were trying to go for the non-girly one, remember?
I don't know if there's really any non-girly flowers. I was more worried about the complexity of the thing.
At least you didn't draw a rose.
Alright. That should work a little better.
There we go. Nice, flowers looking good.
Nice.
Just have to avoid screwing up the things that are already there.
The artist's struggle.
Alright. I think I've done enough damage.
Leaving it for Patron.
I think we're past the need for Patron on this one.
Okay.
There's not much else Patron's gonna do with this.
Interesting to draw a character without a face.
Yeah, we're gonna put a face on him.
I don't believe you. Prove it.
Hold your horses, just let me get the neck fixed.
Guys, I want to see his face now.
I need to pull up my list of stream topics so we can actually talk about something.
I need to make a list of stream topics.
Talked about Assassin's Creed, talked about Trench Crusade.
Was there anything else going on this week?
There's some post going around I saw that was interesting, at least to me. Somebody was, you know what? Let me try and pull it up. Oh yeah, this person says, can't have your cake and eat it too. Do you want gaming communities to go back to edgy sausage parties? Fine. But be ready to lose mainstream support for your hobby and being bullied by peers for wasting your time playing computer games. Literally every reply to this post is like, yes, please, let's do that.
Yep. Pretty much.
That's out of touch.
No one asked for your help. You were happy. A lot of gamers were unironically happier with their medium when they were shoved in the locker for enjoying it.
Normies ruin everything, man.
Yeah. Was it a normie saying that?
It sure sounds like a normie thing to say. I don't really know this person.
I don't know. It sounds. I'm gonna take a guess, and it feels like there's enough moral grandstanding to be one of the people, one of the people dictating what normies think, aka the kind that are ruining the hobby because they don't have anything else going on in their lives.
Probably. Let's see. I haven't bothered to look at... Oh, this poor person only has 33 followers.
Loser. This is where that person peaks. I shouldn't talk about... I shouldn't call her a loser because I would probably have the less people following me, but... Man. This is the thing you're going to be most well known for a good forever. If you ever get any sort of notoriety. Unironically, a lot of the hobbies are better when they're not chasing after normies who tend to have the attention span of a goldfish.
Yeah. Well, tell me about it. I was a Magic player. You know what the average lifespan, quote-unquote, of a Magic player is?
You mean how long they stay in the hobby?
Yeah.
1 year?
2 years.
Oh, that's a good retention rate.
Is it?
Well, it has to be. Magic is certainly doing well. So things like cheap crossovers, or their parent company not being happy they're not making millions more than they did. Compared to the last year, they made millions. Only feasible goals in a sane world. I have to look up some of the Magic the Gathering crossovers. I'm sure there will be stuff far more egregious than the Fortnite and My Little Pony ones.
I don't know. Those are pretty egregious.
When did crossovers like that start exactly?
I think it might have started with like Godzilla.
Oh, it started with Godzilla? Honestly, that kind of sounds like jumping the shark, because doing it with something like Tolkien, it makes sense thematically, but...
Well, the thing is, Magic has like themes for all their sets that can be they can vary pretty wildly, and I think the thing they were doing around that time was a kaiju themed set.
Like, that's giant monsters in general?
Yeah.
The type who's kind of a sucker for crossovers, but man, can they just be so terrible if they're done mindlessly. I'm at their website and waiting for the site to load on the. Please, Lord, I really get a look at this. I gotta get you a good picture. I don't want to say anything until I do. And why are there no good pictures on the site?
Because Magic the Gathering.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is art from you're from something official. Apparently, this is the next big crossover.
What is it?
I want to hear your reaction just seeing it in the stream chat. Oh my goodness, my internet is so bad right now.
Don't show it to Dale. He will suffer brain damage. He can't comprehend that level of power in a card game.
I'm still shocked that this. It's okay. I don't know if I can comprehend it very well. This is exactly what Magic the Gathering needed. The Hatsune Miku crossover.
I mean, I'd rather that than any of the other things they've done. To be honest.
Understandable?
Is that the only one? Is that the only card they've got harmonized?
As far as I know, there's 6, but I can't find any good art for the other stuff.
I see. That's the
There's
struggle. They're like, the art is the selling point. We don't want to put out high-res versions of it for people to see.
Well, actually, here's one that's not really as. It's not outright bad, but something about it feels a little off. Let me see what else I can find.
This guy needs a beard.
Okay, there. Found some good pictures. Let me just get rid of this. Low, darn you, low. What were some other crossovers? Fortnite, My Little Pony, Hatsune Miku. Magic the Gathering crossovers. I think there was Transformers.
Yep. That fits real well.
Street Fighter, Ranger Things, Blood Bowl, The Walking
Blood Bowl?
Dead.
That's still a
Yeah.
thing?
I'm surprised that it's so obscure. There were some for promos like My Little Pony, Grimlock Dinobot Leader. and some sets based on, or maybe some of these are upcoming. I don't know. Nothing matters.
Nothing
Everything is-
really matters to me.
Everything is Fortnite. Everyone does everything at once forever.
Okay, if we're gonna make the beard look work, we're gonna have to change up the head shape a little bit.
Okay, they've got one based on Arcane, so very good. League of Legends is exactly what Magic the Gathering needs.
Of course they do.
Remember when Of course, League is super popular. It's not only the hyper focus of people who are addicted to it, who only play League and nothing else. And it's not like the esports scene is bottoming out, because they're not making more than the billions of dollars which allegedly goes towards the game.
Does it now?
Possibly. It's pretty hard to convince me that that most of it's not going towards making sure the game doesn't collapse because it's all built on ancient hardware put held together with spit and tape.
I will
And
say
held
they
back-
did alright for a game that started out as a freaking Warcraft 3 mod.
Definitely. But like a lot of Western things, the company seems to be thoroughly ashamed of the thing of where they started, which provided the base for them to make millions off of.
I know some of their, the people who made the game what it is, aren't with that company anymore. So,
Mostly, yeah.
tale as old as time, really.
Yep. And like all good games, they focused just addict to an autistic degree on the esports scene and balance the game around the type of people who can actually make a job out of playing the game instead of the normal people who they siphon the money out of.
Yeah.
I love common sense thinking. It's so pervasive in gaming, don't you agree?
Magical thinking. Investor thinking.
It can't be common sense.
Infinite growth? That's perfectly reasonable.
Infinite growth forever, doubly so.
Oh yes, now you're speaking my language.
I may be slightly bitter about this topic. It's a little subtle. Every now and again, when I think about it, I get hung up on the fact that a company like Square Enix can actually sell millions and still have disappointing sale numbers.
Yeah, they spend it too much.
Yeah. Well, they're probably not making enough, but Square for sure spends too much. They put out a big statement about trying to minimize the amount of games they have, and they don't put out nearly as much stuff as they did years ago. There's a lot less stuff, yet there still seems to be a lot of money poured into the project. Because one big problem a lot of companies have is they don't know how to manage a budget
Yeah.
or make things that aren't ultra realistic.
Quadruple A.
Yep.
Nah, I'm ready for the gaming crash. Bring it on, boys.
What would agree? I'm ready, but that's because I have the admittedly foolish hope that that companies I like may survive and get through it.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure Nintendo will be fine.
Yep, that's exactly who. Not even gonna hide it. I do mean that kind of unironically because they can be extremely stupid with a lot of friends, but they do have a certain level of long-term thinking. That is to say, even if if they can cheap out on things like Pokemon, they don't overspend constantly, and they actually have a decent cash reserve, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Whether or not that improves things for them,
Oh,
or they're
hey!
just
We
dipping
got a
into
Rumble raid from Dingus. Hello, guys. How's it going, Dingus crew?
Holy heckarino, is that you Dingarino himself?
Hello, Tyrion Dusk. How's it going? And we do have Evergrade.
Howdy!
He is my often co-host on these things.
Welcome everybody to the Creature Cast, the unofficial name. And since it is the unofficial name, this is now the unofficial name cast. How are you doing?
We are drawing some tribesmen for creatures right now.
The natives of the land.
And discussing the upcoming video game market crash.
Definitely not hoping for anything. No, it'll be a shame. So many good and valuable people providing such benefits to the industry, like making it popular with normies, and having shareholders dictate every aspect of it.
Normies.
Ugh, normies.
Ugh.
Is there any more harmful slur than that?
No.
You can call me a lot of things, but you call me a commie or a normie, you're just asking for a fight. And I'm hardly the type with the most refined taste either. So my interests kind of bounce all around between ultra mainstream and how do you even know this exists level of niche.
Yeah, and you're a Nintendo fanboy.
That too.
That's about as normie as it gets.
What?
Look at this, guys. We got a freaking normie with us.
Well, no, I'm actually a lot technically worse than the average Nintendo fanboy because I know all about their mainstream stuff and I'm kind of obsessed over super obscure things. I'm so obsessive. I know that the comic adaptations they make for their games exist. And companies hate advertising stuff like that. I got my start on the Archie Sonic comics. You don't know niche until you've been there.
I have too many layers. Can't tell where everything is.
Dice, are you making an art piece or an onion?
I mean, some art pieces you could say are like onions.
They're like ogres.
Ogres? Is this a Shrek joke?
Yep. I'm surprised you didn't lean into that.
Look, that's another mark on your normie record. Making Shrek jokes.
Understandable, but I feel like the feel like the onion reference is one of the less referenced things. Rick is one of those cases where he's memed to death solely because people like it.
Say what?
Because, well, I think the overall joke with Shrek is just that he's Shrek, and just internet brainwash. But I never see people specifically say anything bad or silly about Shrek, like with It's Morbin Time.
Hello, Dingus. The man himself is here with us. Don't bring your scuff this time. It wore off last time you were here. We can't afford more scuff on this stream.
It's been away for too long. We're all getting scuffed out. I started my stream off with some roughness.
The drawing is going alright, except that I wasn't going to finish it this stream. I was going to leave it for Patron to finish, but I forgot about that and I made everything clean.
Poor Patron's getting put out of a job. How could you be so diligent, Dice? Makes me sick.
I just don't like it when my art don't look right.
Yeah,
Not
but
my
you're not
fault.
supposed to correct the...
I'm an artiste. I'm an artiste.
You're not supposed to correct your art. You're supposed to leave it as it is, stare at it, and complain without fixing the problem.
You're right, I have to
That's the
delegate.
modern artist.
I do have to learn to delegate, though. Especially things that I can already do.
Yep.
No, Dingus, we do not need more scuff. Last week, like, the entire stream was just screwed completely because my internet just didn't want to work for some reason. Is that the secret, Dingus? I can't call myself a stringer unless I scuff at least once per stream. Do I just need to scuff more and then I'll get more followers? I'll get people actually watching just to see the scuff.
Wait, I actually had a good amount of scuff during one or two of my earlier streams.
Because I usually don't have much, if any, scuff at all.
You're too...
And I also have no viewers.
I've got your stream on. Do I not count, Dice?
You're part of the stream. No, you don't count.
Dingus, Dice is being mean. He says I don't matter.
The co-host is not part of the chat.
Oh yeah?
Devs and artists aren't real streamers. Excuse you, Synthnostate.
And I can't believe I'm not a real streamer, guys.
I really should have taken Arthur off of the image while I was doing this. Because this does have the time-lapse recording right now. Nonetheless, I think it's about time I start coloring this boy. Hey, how do you guys like my One Piece character up here? It's Luffy, can't you tell?
He made them off wire, but I think the legs are a little too strong, too muscular.
This is Leg Day McGee. One Piece character with the strongest legs in the series.
Finally, the only good One Piece character. The perfect fan art.
Real streamers are all about doing bullshit for content, like reading books. Is that a reference to somebody?
Is that sounds like something a certain owl would do. But that's impossible because birds aren't real. Right, Dingus?
Alright, time to merge these layers. Let's get Arthur off of here. He don't belong.
He's civilized.
He
not
is
like
too
the
civilized.
savages with their leaf blades and their man buns.
their spears.
Or is that a top knot?
Taking 6 hours to watch a 90-minute movie.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's me with completing anything.
That's me watching any VTuber stream.
I'm so bad at these streams.
I have a playlist that keeps getting longer of VTuber VODs that I want to watch.
I usually just keep it to the live streams. I don't have enough time.
Bro, I can never catch the live streams. I'm always at work.
Yeah, you see my problem. I think most of the streamers I keep up with usually do it at night.
And I work at night.
Like, I see you pop up in my streams.
Yeah, because I'm working. Don't tell nobody.
How could I tell anybody? You're not watching my streams. You're clearly working.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sectamundo.
Sentinel State says, you only watch live, and even that, only listen and fall asleep most of the time. Yet here you are, a wide awake, curious.
Who? What?
Wasn't talking to be about you.
Okay, good. I listened to something and it blasted my eardrums out for a little bit. Learning the difference between the cyber psycho and a tech priest
Cyber Psycho
from Cyberpunk.
and a tech priest.
Yeah. Cyber psycho is putting in too many tech modifications makes you go crazy. For tech priest, it's a way of life.
I see.
Cyberpunk was pretty big for a short while. Then it kind of went back to its little niche, surprisingly. Which some people who hate happiness may regard as a bad thing. But I think it's fine. Not everything needs to go mainstream. Well, I don't think anything, at this point, I don't know if anything should go mainstream.
No, probably not. Let's see. Dingus heard someone say that live streams are the junk food of entertainment.
I
don't know, I feel like that's TikTok.
TikTok is definitely worse. It's the same format, but I dislike YouTube Shorts even more.
Yeah.
This YouTube, like any healthy company, doing something that isn't what it was built by its foundation on, and deteriorating people's long-term ability to handle long-term thinking.
Yeah, like I was saying before, like, there are no good, like, social media sites anymore. They've all kind of gone to trash.
Are there any good message boards? I feel like those are pretty easy to get taken over by moderators, aka fun haters, but it's also the same with modern social media, which is supposedly better on a technical level.
Yeah, I don't know. I was never much of a forum boy.
Me neither. It does seem technically better because people moved away from it. Sort of like
Is that just how we're gonna we gauge the goodness of something nowadays? Less
many
people
people-
use it.
possibly
Might be the best
maybe-
way.
on a technical level? Does that mean that MySpace is currently a top tier social media site? It's shut down, so no one can use it.
Is it shut down?
Should be.
I was about to say, hey, MySpace revival, right?
Oh, wait, you're right.
Might be worth a try.
No, it's probably been destroyed.
Might
or it's
be.
like something like modern Atari, which only technically exists in name only.
MySpace is there, but it's broken AF. Okay, Dingus, I will go to the mat and say that Tumblr was a good social media site. It just had a
Oh.
bad community.
I tend to see that as the main problem with a lot of social media.
I don't. I
But-
think the algorithms are.
Yeah.
Tumblr didn't have one. That's what made it alright. You follow somebody, and guess what? Their posts appear in your timeline. And if they retweet something or reblog something, that also appears in your timeline. And you actually had a very straightforward way of finding new things and getting people interested in your stuff by networking with other people and getting them to reblog your stuff and drawing stuff that people would actually want to see. But now you just have to hope that people are on the right timeline when you post it. And that it gets enough traction naturally that it expands into other places. Because it don't matter if somebody else retweets it. Nobody uses that feed. That just gives it an algorithm boost like liking it does.
So it is just luck.
Not gonna lie, I found that the most important skill for any creator, any indie creator specifically, is freaking marketing. Not marketing. But marketing, yes. Networking.
I'm not that good at networking. I just need to I need to spend more time just posting on places and talking to people. Even if it's not messaging, just getting out there more is something I've never been good at.
Yeah.
I've said it before. I feel like I'm technically bad at social media because I don't feel good posting vapid, stupid, short posts constantly. Because I see a lot of quick posts that people kind of spam sometimes, and some of them can be funny, but if I were to do that, I keep thinking to myself, what's the point?
This is why I made a second account. For creatures. That way I can say all the stupid crap I want on my main account. And then just divert people to creatures from there.
Yeah. I mentioned thinking about opening some sort of guild or something, but I don't know if I'd have a separate account because I don't well, I'll talk about stuff occasionally and post some other people's stuff, but I mostly focus. I think I'm pretty good at mainly focusing on art and creative stuff. I think I could stand to talk about some hobby stuff more, but Twitter is Twitter is terrible for having any sort of discussion.
Dingus says, doesn't matter if the platform is the site is functionally excellent. The shit community user base ruins the site.
So
I would like to introduce you to Minds.com, who generally has a pretty good user base, but the site is not functional. And guess what? Nobody freaking uses it anymore.
yeah, it's not too big. Would it be a hot take to say that I don't think Twitter is particularly impressive in terms of functionality? I'm not sure if that's my bias or the algorithm itself bringing my opinion of the site down. Because I feel like everything Twitter does can be pretty easily replicated.
One thing I think Twitter has going for it right now is it started using like AI curated trending lists, which is like an actual useful application of AI because it's like tailored to each individual user.
I think we already had some sort of variation of that. It's probably been around for a while, but they can slap the AI tag onto it to make it sound fancy and new.
I haven't seen it like this tailored before. I think it was just kind of cued off of keywords and stuff. Like, hey, this is what the algorithm is doing. I hate this color scheme, by the way. I'm open to suggestions.
Give me a second. My internet is kind of fighting with me right now.
Let's see. Synthno State says, I started streaming here just because Minds was dying. Yeah. Dingus never really got the vibe of Minds dying, but then again, I came back to it like 2 years ago. Hello, Daimao. How's it going, buddy? Welcome to the channel. I think you're new. I'm over here working on my tabletop RPG that's basically cross of Pokemon and D&D, and we're making some tribes folk. But Minds, I feel like Minds doesn't have nearly as much activity as it used to. I feel like most people have just gone back to Twitter.
Probably not. Probably not. Does feel like there's not really that much going on in Minds, like ever. It's not like there's anything going. And it's pretty much just a bunch of usually just people doing stuff on Twitter. Rather than Twitter itself making any notable changes. I maintain my opinion. I'm still waiting for Elon to supposedly destroy the site, because he certainly hasn't made it any better.
Hello, a burnt buck as well. Over in the other place, the Twitch place. How's it going? Got my attention divided now. Freaking Rumble is popping off because Dingus brought his posse in here. Thanks, by the way.
Thanks for splitting my attention, Dingus.
Thanks for success, Dingus. What was I doing? I'm literally losing my mind. Let's see, I hate the color scheme. That's something I was thinking.
Yeah, I think overall, at least on the clothing, the colors are really light. The whole thing feels faded out.
That was kind of intentional, but maybe it's a bad idea.
Maybe you could keep it for the... Actually, I think the hair would look better when it gets a bit more shading. But the outfit, and the weapons need some tweaking. And maybe around the shoes, at least the bands could be a bit darker. By the way, speaking multi-streaming, should I open up the Rumble chat too?
That might be helpful.
One more viewer is another you haven't had before.
Don't worry, a burnt buck. I'm used to having my attention split. Well, to some extent, I mean. We need to get the other boys back in here so I can just coast and let you guys talk. But Kohet's moving, so he's not available.
Nerd. I didn't know it was moving. Good for him. Can't believe he finally got out of his gamer chair for once.
Yeah, that's why he's been quiet for so long.
Okay. I never followed his Twitter, so I wouldn't keep up if he mentioned that. Yeah, he
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. Did he actually mention that on Twitter? Just curious.
He did mention it on Twitter.
Okay.
At least once.
Oh yeah, that reminds. Since we're talking about social media, I need to get back to uploading the streams I have recorded on Rumble. I've been using it as an archive site. I will probably come up with actual thumbnails later on and hopefully be able to use a feature that's probably not on there. Because I've been uploading a few at once. Well, not at once, but one after another. And occasionally the site will mix up the order of the stream videos. I make sure to have them numbered, but it is still very annoying.
Were you saying something that I should have been paying attention to? Because I was kind of reading chat.
Okay, thanks, Dingus. You helped break dice. He's even struggling to hear the voices in his mic.
My headphones, not my mic. My mic has my voice in it. Come on, man.
Or does it?
I sure hope it does. Is it somebody else's voice coming out? There's a good creepypasta for you.
Okay, hey Dice, I just came back. Did I miss anything?
Evergreen, is that you? For reals?
Plot twist is that it's been me the whole time. I was faking it, leaving. I was scared you, didn't I?
At least it's not Hero Brian.
Anyway, what I was saying was, I've been uploading some stream archives on the Rumble. I paused, but I'm just going to get back to it and put everything I have on there. I was only hesitating because there seems to be some annoying bug with Rumble occasionally putting one of the videos I upload out of order. The first time I thought it was a mistake on me. Then it happened again and I thought I made another mistake. Then it happened a third time with me making sure to place everything in order and to put the first stream I had uploaded that day after the last stream I did. Everything is numbered, but it bugs me so much that things are probably stuck like that, and I don't think there's a way of adjusting it at the moment.
See, this is why I just started streaming directly to Rumble instead of trusting YouTube to automatically upload my things for me. Because these sites that do the auto uploads from YouTube always get screwed up at some point because YouTube hates that and they try to stop it periodically.
Well, that brings up another problem. I've been doing it I was doing it manually and it's still screwed up.
Oh, well, that's probably you then.
No, it actually isn't me. I made sure. What probably I will admit what probably happened was I did a few at once and it might have messed up the order because of that.
Let's see.
I'll
Burnt Buck says, I'm currently studying character design. Have you tried turning the canvas black and white to check the values? I find it helps if you want to keep the colors, but still have great contrast. Yeah, that's definitely something you can do.
I need. Would you happen to know how to turn something black and white? Is there a setting for to do it quickly?
I don't know where it is off the top of my head. Cohead's not here. He's the CSP Wonder Boy that knows all the shortcuts.
All the wonders he makes with that. Or horrors.
Okay, we got a bunch of discussion about stream practices on Rumble.
Whoops, I gotta tune into that.
Yeah, you probably should. They're actually talking about things that you probably want to know.
See. YouTube can be trusted from Dingus. If you do multiple at the same time, it can see listing whichever uploads first for the... Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me, Tyrion Dusk. Let's see. Started recording on streams locally. Keeping me all my dev stream archives online, just clips of the interesting bits.
See, Burnt Buck's got to cut the time short. Well, thanks for following and stopping by. Hope to see you again. What else can we do with this guy? You know what, maybe we should make him a little more colorful. The Vivid Veil is vivid after all.
Okay. Okay, you get... Dingus says you get 50 slots in Rumble for free. I've been meaning to do a Rumble stream. I'll probably do that and multi-stream to Twitch.
Oh yeah. Hey guys, I have Rumble emotes. Rumble guys. You can use them right meow. Don't have them on Twitch though, because Twitch gatekeeps. We gotta hit that all important whatchamacallit. Three average viewers before we can have our emotes. Even though I already have emotes ready to use on the Discord and everything.
No, okay, the real gatekeeper is the 50 viewers. That is actually kind of a nightmare. That's actually seems like kind of a nightmare to get.
I'm well past that.
Oh.
I think I just hit 58 today. 59. Well, you see, here's the thing. Twitch counts you as your own follower. So it's actually 58.
I remember this. You're your own biggest fan.
I was my first follower. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I've been using them, Dingus. I remember that. I should do more emotes, but I can't use them anywhere but Rumble right now, so it's kind of a moot point.
He stopped me to making some emotes and a chat overlay script. I've got to try to do more stuff with my stream. I'll probably take things a little slower next week, so that'll be a good time to try some new things.
I feel like this belt needs to be more yellowish. Let's try that.
Yep.
You know what? I think I like the blue bitter. Synthnos Day, you're in danger of becoming a real streamer?
Join the club.
That's not the right color. Alright, let's get this guy's face colored.
See who we're facing.
Should we go with blue eyes to match his tunic thingamajig? Maybe?
You mean blue-green or full blue?
Blue-green? I guess that's kind of a turquoise a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't quite look blue. Doesn't quite look straight blue.
Streaming kind of becomes a full-time job. That's... I mean, I don't stream very much. It might have something to do with my small streaming platform.
I stream a fair amount, I think, but I don't really consider game streams to be too intense. It's mostly just me messing around with the game and talking. Still time out of my day, but it's easy, a little easier than an art stream. A little less demanding than an art stream. I have fun with both. But it's definitely, I consider it to be on the lighter side.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on doing game streams for the most part because nobody really came for those. And I generally like enjoy games better when I'm just hanging around, doing things leisurely instead of trying to be entertaining.
I think I'm kind of finding a balance, and surprisingly, I think the game streams are actually. Well, I haven't played a lot, but the main one I've been playing was Skull the Hero Slayer, and that's not a very popular game right now. And that seems to be that's where I've been getting the most like new people show up. It's probably at that point where it's super niche, but the people who following it probably occasionally scroll through for someone to play around.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a game I can always go back to, since it's designed to be super replayable. If a bit random with what you get.
How is Crab Souls? I didn't see much of that.
I'll be getting back to that and maybe starting something else. I only streamed it once because I was getting pretty close to beating Skull the first time, and I wanted to see that through. Partly because the stream before I finished Skull, I was at the last location and I was expecting that to be a whole nother world as a final gauntlet, but it was only a short lead up to the final boss. Hence me accidentally finishing it and starting my first round of the hard mode.
And I need to take a look at some new games to play. I saw today when I booted up Steam rather. They have the endless replayability fest. So I still have that hanging around on my desktop right now, so I can check it out later because that's exactly my kind of thing.
Since there was a cameo of it in Skull, I've been somewhat interested in Dead Cells.
Not familiar with it.
Let me see if I can get a picture. It's another roguelite. And it's an indie, but it was pretty... But up until recently, it got a ton of support. Okay, here's a good picture. You might have seen some of the promo art. The guy with the fiery head. With the fiery head. Or the inky head with a star in the center.
What the hell are you talking about?
Dead Cells.
Alright. I was reading chat again.
That's what I'm interested in.
Dude with an inky head. Okay.
Like this weird black hole head with a star on the center. A roguelike. As opposed to a roguelite.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, that's one of your least favorites, isn't it?
I'm not fond of losing all my progression on something every 10 minutes.
Understandable. I think between the two, you probably like Skull better if you were willing to look past the roguelite stuff, because you do gain some improvements to improvements to base stats whenever you jump in, and more options as you go. Bit of a trade-off is that the stuff you get is still pretty random, and you kind of have to rely on luck to get some good stuff, because the weaker skulls can be pretty good, but between some of them not being your style or just being weaker early on, it can be a coin flip.
I don't mind randomness. That's like the only thing I like about roguelikes. Let's see. Dingus says, I'm trying to find a balance because at some point I'm going to go full on game dev mode, and that's going to be happening relatively soon. What do you think you're going to be working on, Dingus? You got a plan for something to start out with? A game?
I'm interested. I just noticed that Rumble's supporter icon is a whale.
Is it?
Yes. A whale. That's pretty funny. Congratulations, supporters, you're whales.
I don't know where the icon you're looking at is.
It's in the chat. I can see it right next to Dingus's name.
Oh, okay. I see.
See? Dingus is a whale.
He's not a bird, he's a whale.
That explains it, since birds aren't real. Dingus says he's going to work on a platformer / beat 'em up hybrid.
I see.
Nice. That's if you actually donate, right? Yeah, I believe that's how you become a supporter. I should probably do some supporting here and there, but I don't know if I really get anything out of it besides supporting people. No, maybe that's enough.
Alright, I need to stop and just get on with it because I'm getting to a point where I don't need more detail in the shadows, but I keep putting more in just for the sake of doing it.
What's the next step?
Highlights?
Go for it.
Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? An overlay.
Time out in the main one. You're the main one working on the game. I gotta get to work on my projects. Set up some main goal.
Okay, so Daimao is one of your crew, huh? I thought he was just a rando that wandered in.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Daimao. Morphbox sounds familiar.
Morphbox is on mines, at least. I think I follow him on Twitter, too.
Alright.
Is Daimao on mines?
I looked up his name. I didn't see him, but there's
Dingus said he is.
Dino. Does he have a different name? He didn't show up for me unless... Let me have another look. Daimou. Is his name Daimon works on 3D modeling stuff? Uses Blender. Daimou.
I see, I see. Oh, speaking of, you guys weren't here when I talked about getting music made for creatures. Or
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting creatures music made. Yeah, for my
It's
videos.
happening.
I won't have to worry about copyright stuff on YouTube. Yeah.
Hooray!
I just got the a demo for one of the tracks from the composer like yesterday night.
Yep.
Just sent him back some feedback when I got home from work in the early morning.
The demo is real. Wait. 10 of spades, big C. Oh, that explains why I couldn't find Daimao. Daimao is retarded and his stupid kanji. Thank you for the... Wait. Okay.
That's okay, Daimao. We're all a little tarded.
We're all a bit tismic here.
We're all tardy. Not many people use the Japanese keyboard like yourself. Yeah.
Show off. This is gonna be remembered.
It's not the most what do you call that? Search engine optimized way to do things.
Also,
Dang marketing
go down
things.
his page too much.
Say what?
Also, don't go down his page too much. Oh yeah, I had a look. Probably won't look too deeply. I'll keep up with that. I look forward to updates on things you're working on.
Don't go down his page too much. Does he have Kohet level material there?
Looked through a bit. I don't saw a bit. No. But that's on the level of not literally every aspect of it is censorable. So you have co-eds, the bar is a little low. Right around sea level.
I know, I'd say Kohat level is pretty high bar of degeneracy.
Yep.
What? Alright, we're gonna use the highlights to kind of put some texture on the shield here. And hopefully this will work the way I envision it. Which it might not. Dingus says, I wouldn't say Kohat level, but...
That sums it up.
You're right, Kohat level is a very high bar. Alright, I'm gonna tone down this overlay. Then we'll go in and add like a second overlay layer with some bigger highlights.
Oh.
Okay, what's going on in the Rumble chat now? I see talk of
my
titties
gosh.
and... What is that, trap porn?
Oh my goodness.
Femboy titty? Alright, let's go back and soften up the edges on these shadows, a la Pokemon style. Actually, I'm going to add some more texture on the shield from the other side.
Alright.
We can blend in. Dingus doesn't know if he should be impressed or terrified that people who aren't into anime that much know who a Stolfo is.
Be afraid, Dingus.
It ain't natural.
I feel like outside of Saber, Astolfo is probably one of the most well-known Fate characters. I think. Because
Maybe.
Fate's
Just
kinda
because
like
of...
because of the memes.
Yeah.
It's like Fate is like League, where if you're not, if someone isn't obsessed with it, it's kind of hard to find people who really care that much about it.
There are two things I care about with Fate. Rin clones and Passion Lip.
Shinlip. Yeah, and there are Ren clones there. Those exist.
Are we having nerd wars in the Rumble chat now?
I feel like whatever kind of war is going on, Daimao is winning.
I think it might be time to color the line art and call this guy done.
Sure.
Question is, what color do we make the line art? Maybe a little reddish?
Reddish.
Oh, excuse
Bless
me.
you.
A little reddish purple, maybe?
Can we get a like in the chat for the sneeze? I know a few fake characters art here and there, but only because of quote unquote art. I don't count. Yeah, I don't count that dingus. You can find random quote unquote art of any of any character pretty easily. Like actually caring about Fate itself.
Oh yeah, I need to do something about this guy's eyes. They're all flat.
Oh yeah.
And of course, it's not
It's some
filled
kind of
in
FF
completely.
Top RPG, right? Well, technically it started out as I'll say 18 and up visual novel that got, from what I can tell, is one of the most derivative sequels to something ever. It was basically just like a remix of the events that happened. That kind of abandoned that and became a mainstream thing. With the, yep, what Daimao said. And it became a big franchise with, as far as I'm concerned, the piece of media that really respected the lore most not actually being written by the main author. And so far, its current claim to fame is being being a gacha game. So, no shame at all.
Fate's one of those things where they like rewrite the lore every time they do something new.
Yeah. Fate's not really. Dingus been Fate, an adult visual novel that spawned into an artistically complicated franchise. Like, I swear, the last adaptation was a Netflix show that went into some multiverse shenanigans featuring a character that was a ring clone that was definitely was her own character, guys. I'm sure there was a good reason she looked like one of the most marketable people in the show. And I'm just wondering.
That sounds
Why are they
awesome. I need more Ren clones in my life.
Possibly.
What is this you speak of?
Fate is an anime based off of Fate Grand Order. The Fate.
Oh wait, is it just one of the Ren clones from there?
Fate Apocrypha.
We talking Ishtar?
Fate.
Ereshkigal?
Guys, please tell me you don't actually know all the ring clone names.
There aren't that many. No, the main ones.
I feel like I can judge someone just knowing more than one's name beyond ring clone.
Try to follow the
And-
Fate timeline. It is hard to follow. I don't want to follow the Fate timeline.
That's why I'm saying I'm very. I feel like it says something that you even know about the different names of carbon copies of a character. Also, actually,
I like the character design.
it's a good design. Well, it's a good design. A lot of people don't know much more beyond that. And actually, I think it was Ishtar, but I don't have a very solid recollection of the outfit. It was definitely gold.
The timeline is a meme. The whole franchise is a meme.
When are they just gonna have? Couldn't they just have another Grail War and keep it simple?
Nah.
Like, really, who looks at all this stuff? And even if it's cool, who asks for this multiversal slop that we get that is the equivalent to what we have with mainstream comics, but happened in a lot less time.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't care about any of that.
I don't either. But I kind of care in the sense that it could have been simple, but it's nonsense. And I keep up with a lot of nonsense.
Alright. Oops. I put Luffy into the folder with the other guy. He needs to stay separate.
Are you saying Luffy doesn't fit in with the creatures universe?
I'm saying I don't want to move him off the page while I'm shoving this guy over. We're gonna try and sketch a lady tribesman.
Okay.
Sketch. Remember, guys, sketch.
You remember your drawing. This was supposed to. And remember, this started out as line work for patrons.
Shh.
Remember, Dice. Sketch.
Shh. That's a surprisingly clean circle.
You're off to a good start, man. Keep it up.
Okay, time to go back to the references and look for new tribes folk. Most of them are dudes that on my references, so this is might be a bit of a challenge.
Let's see. I'm catching up with the Rumble chat. The guy who made Faded straight up said some dojins are canon. Man, even most shameless IPs don't go that far. And Evergrey is asking, and since no state's asking if I'm talking about companies connecting all their IPs into one universe. Well, I was specifically talking about comics, but yeah, it feels like that's gotten a lot more common these days because
The multiverse.
companies can't come up with original stuff, so they just bash concepts together constantly.
Oh, it's like Magic the Gathering that we were talking about before. Magic already started out as a multiverse itself, but then they're
Yeah.
like, no, also D&D is part of the multiverse.
Dingus says one of the
And
reasons.
so is
why I prefer
everything
manga-
else.
Mm-hmm. Dingus says he prefers manga over comics is because most manga have a beginning and an end, no multiverse stuff. That's understandable. I kind of like the everything in the kitchen sink approach, but the multiverse stuff was originally just supposed to be offshoots of things that didn't fit into the mainline universe. But then they realized, oh, people buy this stuff that that's not designed to make sense in what we're trying, the closest thing we have to a consistent story. So they tasted the forbidden fruit, brought it into the main world, and it just became even more a mess than whatever focused stuff they had was. The state says, or like Asimov's novel connecting the Foundation series to these iRobot series. Never read it, doesn't appeal to me.
See,
I know there was actually
you're not understanding things, guys. Multiverses are awesome, actually. You can take one fan base and introduce them to the other fan base, and then you double your sales.
What if they don't care? What if they just want to read about the main stuff?
No, they're stupid. They don't have taste. They're people. They're just sheep.
Normies, you're right. Normies can't think for themselves. What am I
Normies
saying?
are the most into this, so that's true. Normies go soy jacking for the multiverse concepts.
I'm trying to. I want to make sure I'm completely honest. I'm not entirely sure if I was extremely ultra engaged with multiverse stuff, even when I was less conscious about it. I enjoyed the everything in the kitchen sink approach, but that's because I have a fascination with like different worlds from different cultures and completely different people colliding and interacting with each other. But that's more for the shared universe thing, which is kind of become a meme in itself.
Yeah, shared universes are kind of wonky.
There's no level of none of it's done organically anymore. It's not like it's something easy to do or make sense of. In fact, the biggest ones aren't known for making sense. But it wasn't as obnoxious a while ago. Probably because on their own, a lot of things were at least better made. You recall Hasbro trying to make a shared multiverse with their franchises. For some reason, G.I. Joe and Transformers seems to keep coming up. They had Transformers meets...
Yeah, two things that I
maybe-
don't see how they would even interact at all.
That one actually makes some sense, because Transformers do interact with humans sometimes, but I get the impression it's kind of like the Godzilla movies. The humans are there, but you're mainly there for the big, in this case, giant robots punching each other. But the current Transformers comic does have some people in it, but it doesn't take away the focus from the actual giant robots punching each other.
Yeah, it just seems like G.I. Joe guys would be useless when there's giant robots. What are they gonna do?
I have to check. I don't know the history of Transformers dealing with versus standard Earth tech like tanks, but I don't know the exact level of technology you'd want to have if you're doing that. I do recall it being a bit of a problem in Transformers Animated, but the main basis for that episode is that the technology was more advanced because of the intervention of the Transformers, so it makes more sense. Tyrion just says, don't they own MLP? Yep, Hasbro owns MLP, hence the Transformers and My Little Pony comic.
Oh, that's why. That's why Magic is doing crossovers with MLP, isn't it?
Yep, that one actually, on a technical level, that makes the most sense.
Hasbro is being like, listen, you're the only thing we have that makes money, so you're gonna make money for everybody.
You think they actually make money, or are they at the point where they're making money, but it's not enough money? It's not what the projections say they could be making.
I
Magic's
think, like, what? I'm blanking on the name. Magic the Gathering. I think Magic is like one of their things that's actually like doing well financially, and that's probably because they're literally just like reselling good cards from their past with new art.
Looking forward to the re-release of the Black Lotus and devaluating value.
You're a little late for that.
Oh my goodness, it happened.
They did an entire reprint of the original set, beta, I think, maybe. I don't know, one of those. But
doesn't Magic have its?
It had a different card back, so it's not tournament legal.
Okay, but doesn't Magic have its own economy that some people can actually make a living from? Doesn't that do something to the card rarity?
Do you think Hasbro cares?
Nope. Oh yeah, people are shocked by the Magic and MLP. Magic, I think recently I was looking it up. Magic is having a Hatsune Miku crossover. I'm not kidding. If you want me to post art later of it as proof, I will. Oh my gosh, this picture is so bad. I know it makes me actually want cards.
What?
I guess, man, I can't. During just was like, wait a minute, crossovers are good now. I'm joking. I'm jaded about it because it feels like just geek. Oh man, anime. Those kids love Japanese anime. Miku's pretty popular, right? But slap her onto it.
Which, unironically, is probably the best crossover they've done.
It is for something popular. It's at least for something definitely popular that hasn't been destroyed. And Miku's about as innocuous as it comes.
You can see Hatsune Miku as a planeswalker.
She actually does have so many outfits that...
This sounds like something they would do, not because she would make sense as a planeswalker, just because planeswalkers are like the marketable thing.
She does have some different art, so maybe she actually is a planeswalker. Daimo says he enjoyed Magic the Gathering in the late 90s and early 2000s. When did this franchise have gone through an identity crisis? Dice, can you recall when the extremely natural and not cash grabby crossovers began? Because I think that's a good point.
Crossovers? Well, there's been more than one identity crisis for Magic the Gathering.
Oh boy.
I think most of them were pretty innocuous, like they had the introduction of Planeswalker cards and stuff like that, and kind of the shift to the plane hopping style of set releases. And most of the time, I think that's alright. They also did a thing where they released blocks in a different... instead of having like a 3 set blocks, they had 2 set blocks, and they did like 2 of them in a year. But this whole thing where they're like just saying, oh, everything's part of the multiverse, I think that started a few years ago with a Godzilla promo they did, where it's literally just like they take cards that they already have and then they like reskin them as cards from the franchise and sell alternate versions of them like that. And apparently that's just their entire business model now.
Oh.
Also, EDH, Elder Dragon Highlander, they call it Commander now in its official format, and like everything's about that now. Because that's what normies play.
Is that a style of playing ours, or?
Yeah, that's a different way of playing the game, basically. It
Okay.
uses 100 card deck, but only with singles, so no duplicate cards.
I see.
And there's
Does
4
sound-
players at a time usually. So it's literally just like random shit magic.
Mm.
Just do random shit and hope you win.
Sounds very strategic. Something the normie mind can handle.
I don't know.
The perfect system for something with a 2-year retention rate.
Yeah. Well, that means everybody who comes in for their 2 years has to go in and buy like singles and stuff. Except they're not buying singles anymore, because Wizards of the Coast just reprints everything every so often, so they can cash in on that new crowd that wants all their staples for EDH. Or excuse me, Commander. Commander.
They have their own modern audience. Isn't that great? I'm sure it's a very stable format that sticks around for 2 years to come.
But yeah, I don't play Magic anymore. I dropped it. Because they were woke. And retarded.
At the same time? What a shock. For
At the same time,
they're so multifaceted.
I think those things kind of go together most of the time.
Makes sense. Would explain why it keeps happening every single time.
They just kind of turned into a cash grab, and also, hey, we got the rights to freaking Lord of the Rings now. Let's turn Aragorn black because.
Yeah, that's something. Tyrion Dusk is concerned about the people who are handling Vocaloid stuff, you having pronouns in bios.
What?
In fandom being very welcoming. Yeah, the anime fandom tends to feel very naive. Some of them are on that ball about gatekeeping, but overall they feel very naive about let's welcome everyone into the hobby and make it popular. That's worked out great for everything else, right?
Crunchyroll was great.
Until they
What are you
weren't.
talking about? Something's weird about the proportions on this chick.
What this heck? Why am I so behind on the Rumble stream?
I don't know, bro.
Yes, I know.
See if I can catch up. There. It was 20 minutes behind for some reason.
20 minutes. Damn.
I don't know what it... Yeah, I think it must have frozen. Tyrion Dusk has an issue with most things I like. End up avoiding it so I don't see it. Well, I keep up with it, and I generally get more mileage if I avoid a lot of people. Unless it's people close to me, I can gush about it here and there, or I guess talk about it on stream. Or just try to stick with stuff that's mostly uncorrupted and headcanon what I can until I lose patience. I need to note that that's very hard to do, and for me, but my patience has been getting tested more and more.
Crunchyroll was great back when it was an illegal stream service. I mean, isn't everything?
I bet it didn't have weirdos moderating it. Or the weirdos had to act normal to get people to care.
They weren't wasting their money on High Guardian Spice.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Also, I recall like overnight Funimation, or no, it's just Crunchyroll now because Funimation was its brand name was Damaged Goods. Crunchyroll doubled their subscription service by $50 out of nowhere. So they can't even gouge people's wallets right, because you'll want to do that separately in a frog in boiling water style.
Oh, I love subscription services.
Make everything a subscription service.
Thank you, Klaus Schwab.
Thank you, Larry Fink. Thanks. I love forced behaviors.
I love it when I don't own anything and be happy.
When do I get to be happy?
You already are. Trust me, bro.
Do you have a source for that?
Yeah, trust me, bro. It's probably on Wikipedia, too.
Let me check. I'm sure someone will edit it in. Oh, jeez. I don't remember exactly where I heard it, but apparently someone was fighting a war on Wikipedia because people were editing stuff to help affirm Assassin's Creed.
Oh yeah, edit wars on Wikipedia over Yasuke. People used to not take Wikipedia seriously.
Frankly, I probably shouldn't look at it for it.
Then my generation became college professors.
Probably our generation, but yeah. See, the first thing that you think of and you don't look into it further. Which I am. It's something I've done before.
Source? This random person who doesn't know what they're talking about. That's source.
Are you sure he didn't make it up?
Why would he do that? It's the internet. Nobody makes anything up.
Oh, you think people would just get on the internet and lie?
Couldn't be.
Impossible. Tell people to look up stuff they do know all about on Wikipedia. They'll never trust it again.
That is like news. Same effect on news.
I know nothing about. I refuse to watch the news. I will only watch memes based on the news.
Like there's literally an effect, like the Dunning-Kruger effect kind of thing, where like people will read something in the news that's completely wrong that they know about and be like, oh man, these journalists don't know anything about the thing. But then they'll read the next story that they don't know about and be like, oh wow, these journalists know everything.
Oh, that's what the Dunning-Kruger effect is.
No, that's not the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's something else, but it's some kind of like named phenomenon like the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Gotcha.
Dunning-Kruger effect is, I think it's like dumb people think they're smart. Yeah, like the dumber you are, the smarter you'll think you are.
And the smart people, do they think they're dumb?
Yeah, smart people are more reserved because they understand that they don't know things. But idiots are extremely confident in their ignorance.
I wonder if I'm smart or dumb. The wise words of Vtu. I may be stupid, but I still do my best. PD can be inaccurate about everything, almost everything, even the release dates. For example, Super Mario Maker. Jeez, that's a popular one. How do you get that wrong? Does knowing the name of the Dunning-Kruger effect make you sound dumber?
I don't know. Did I sound dumber when I said that?
You sound pretty smart, and I'm extremely confident about that.
You know what? Now I'm second guessing myself about the Dunning-Kruger effect. You know what? Let's look that up because now I'm curious. Dunning-Kruger effect. There we go. Okay. Let's go to Wikipedia and see what it says about the Dunning-Kruger effect.
I'm sure they're right.
The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. Okay, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
They know more about they know more about a specific subject than they actually do.
You haven't been doing a very good job of telling me to keep this thing sketchy, you know.
I may have been distracted. We don't do not something that ever happens on this stream. No, we're laser focused.
Distracted by the tatas on screen.
Well, now that you point them out, yeah, I'm not going to tell you to do anything. I swear you're your own worst enemy, Dice.
Let's see.
Since
Time
you
to start
mentioned
putting
DPS,
some clothes.
Yeah, I was going to say now is a good time to put on some clothes and maybe stop there.
Yeah. Send it to Patron. Make him do his job.
Back to the mines with you, Patron.
Let's give her almost like a toga. I like togas. Lady togas.
A big, like a baggy shirt, or
What?
that's what I think of when I hear or maybe I'm thinking of a tunic.
You're thinking of a
No,
tunic.
I'm thinking of a tunic, definitely. Yeah, togas are much different. I feel like I'd sound smarter if I said dumb people think they're the smartest. It's really midwits. Yeah. I'm not sure if I sound smarter or dumber.
Just remember to keep your expectations low. That's the secret to everything in life.
If you keep your expectations low, you'll be easier to surprise.
And keep other
Oh,
people's
Doc.
expectations low, especially.
Yeah. Oh, Dice, good news.
Under promise, over deliver. Or just normal deliver, because they already under promised, so don't matter.
Does it count as delivering if you deliver a product for a really high price?
No?
Well, Assassin's Creed Shadows is doing that anyway, because we got Standard Edition at $70.
I saw that.
Gold Edition at $110. Ultimate Edition at $130. Let's go! The higher the number of money you spend, the better the game, right?
You know what? I actually don't really care about all that.
I don't either.
If the game works and it's got like a full story and playtime and whatever else people play the games for, because I don't play it for those, because screw that, then I don't really care. If it's like, oh, they cut a few things that to package in something else, it's like, okay, so what? If it's not integral to the playing of the game, then it's not really hurting you. That said, games do be expensive to these days.
I'm curious. I gotta see what's in these packs. If my browser overloads. Okay, so the base game, Standard Edition gives you the base game. The Gold Edition gives you 3 days early access and a season pass. Because why wouldn't a game have a season pass? And
Yeah, I don't know why games like that need a season pass.
yeah, this isn't a multiplayer centric. Unless it is multiplayer centric. I don't know. Assassin's Creed has had multiplayer, but it's never been a super big focus.
Yeah.
Also, the Ultimate Edition, along with the 3 days early access and season pass, you get the Ultimate Pack. A 5 skill points, a Red Dragon photo filter.
Skill points.
I don't know. Does Assassin's Creed have a skill tree now?
I guess.
Okay. And it has things called Secure You Character Pack and Secure You Hideout Pack, which I come on. I don't know anything about this game. Secure You a character? Okay. Secure You. Okay, never mind. These are just gear and weapon sets and a hideout. And some sort of hideout pack, which includes a few unique ornaments. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure exactly what is provided. Because I don't care for the season pass, but that seems to be a lot more about. But compared to that, just getting the gold value seems to be a much more worthwhile for the price bump compared to the Ultimate Edition. And you also season pass. The gold edition also gives you extra missions at launch, so that's something. Yeah, as much as I don't care for the gold edition, the ultimate edition is kind of pretty lame in terms of what it gives.
Holy fudge, why did I draw the dress this way? I'm not this good at fabrics.
Hold on, I need a minute to check it out. Catch up. My internet is fighting for its life. It keeps freezing. Wait, are you drawing her holding your dress?
Yeah, she was gonna be like, kind of curtsying. Or like picking it up off her legs.
This is the perfect time to remind you to keep it sketchy, Dice. But it's up to you to make the final call.
Shh.
I believe in you.
My main theme has come on to encourage me here.
Let me put it on too.
Alright.
It'll quiet your mind to push you forward.
Hmm. Whoops. Maybe I should be looking up a reference for this.
Possibly.
I think I'm on the right track, but
Getting an extra look doesn't hurt. All right, looking good so far.
Is it?
Well, it's looking good zoomed in at least. I do recall when it zoomed out, it looked less like she was curtsying, more like I guess she was lifting her dress up as if she was stepping in water.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah, that's mainly because of the arms, though. I like how it dress is looking when it's pulled up overall.
We could add in like some food or something here. Maybe she's got some berries.
Oh, in her dress? Maybe. There we go.
Yeah,
You
I
back?
think I've hit it. I think I got it. Or at least I've got it as good as it's gonna get.
He's found the perfect balance.
Now let's see. Hair.
Challenge.
Dingus is leaving us. See you around, Dingus.
Yeah.
Thanks for the raid. Alright, now let's see if we can kind of get a hairstyle that kind of mimics the dudes.
Tied up. Tied up.
Probably not tied up. I will restrain myself and not put her hair up.
I was gonna say, are you gonna go for a ponytail or does that count as putting the hair up?
That would be putting the hair up. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I have to keep hitting the live button to stay caught up.
Rumble doesn't want to stay moving.
No, it's a problem with on my end.
Hmm.
Just have bad internet tonight. Definitely good I'm not doing any streaming.
I should hope not this late.
Nope. Trying to do some drawing, but I think I'll just stick with some doodles. Got tired. Hearing tracks that play in the background remind me of CRPGs. I grew up back in the 90s. This time out.
I have some very old game music in my playlist. Namely, One Must Fall and Onslaught. Which I would be surprised if any of y'all have heard about.
Pretty sure you showed us one of those games, and I definitely wouldn't have known it.
Alright.
Remember, keep it sketchy.
How does she look after I remove everything?
Give me 1 second.
That is the question.
It kind of looks like she has part of her hair tied up, but not all of it. Like she has a small bun in the back, but the rest of her hair is tied down.
Yeah,
Is-
kinda.
Left down. I like it. Different.
Feel like it kinda has a powdered wig feel that I'm not too keen on.
I see what you mean.
Like it's too thick.
Maybe if the hair was, maybe if the top of the hair was close to her head, because it does look fair. Because the lower hair being a bit poofy is fine. The upper part would be tighter since it's at least partially wrapped up.
Let's see how it looks if I throw a bun on there in the back. Since the guy does have a bun himself after all.
Hmm.
I think this is looking better.
One sec. The button does help.
All right. FaceTime.
Face off begin.
Not face off, face on.
Face on. Pardon me, the face on begin.
See, Daimao says he's played a couple of CRPGs, Dark Sun, Shattered Land, and D&D Stronghold. Okay. Neither of those things I mentioned were really CRPGs. One Must Fall is a fighting game with giant robots.
Bigger they are, the harder they fall. You can only know how hard, but hence why one must fall. Title drop.
Where's the theme? I will play it. There we go. I like the One Must Fall theme, it is nice. Old computer games definitely had some of the best music. They kind of sucked as games, though.
High praise.
But they could fit more stuff on their in their games than consoles. But they hadn't perfected all the PC control schemes yet, so everything was super clunky. Septerra Core. Never heard of that one.
What's a CRPG exactly?
Computer RPG.
Ah. Definitely outside of my what I know. Yeah, I don't know anything about computer RPGs.
Now, Onslaught was the weird one. Like, One Must Fall was just a fighting game with big robots. Onslaught was, like, kind of a weird thing where you, like, were trying to conquer a map, but each of the places you had to conquer played out like a side-scrolling beat-em-up. And then once you beat the enemy army and, like, captured their flag, which was never really explained to you in the game, that you had to do that. You had to engage in a psychic battle with their like spiritual leader.
A psych battle with their spiritual leader after a game of Capture the Flag.
Yeah,
Okay.
bro, this foot don't look right. We got to do something about this. And the way the psychic battle was represented was really trippy. I need to find some images of that. Okay, that's a Marvel character.
I don't think that's what you need.
Ah, yes. Now I'm getting the right thing. Kind of.
I'm gonna try and reset.
Ah, there's one. I found one. Here we go.
A picture?
A picture of the psychic battles in Onslaught.
It should be good.
There you go.
So are you fighting the monster with the hands?
Yes. That is the opposing deity slash shaman slash warlock or whatever they've got.
And is that supposed to be a representation of the enemy, or...
Yes.
Okay. What?
And
How
let's see.
exactly do you attack it, though? Do you
Let me
hit
see.
a button and it takes damage, or do you shoot him?
Do you see that little diamond thing up in the corner there?
Yeah.
I believe that is you. And you basically go around the screen and just shoot at him. It was the most bizarre, nonsensical thing I probably could have thought of.
What kind of game was it before? Wait, it was the mine before the mine battle.
It's like a side-scroller beat-em-up.
And it turns into this.
It turns into that when you beat up all the guys and take their flag.
That's very strange.
And then you go to the next place and do it to them.
Are you always the diamond, or do you sometimes become a monster yourself?
I don't think you ever become the monster yourself, no.
Too unrealistic for me.
If I ever do get it back to playing like gaming streams or something, I need to play something called Weird Dreams too.
Is that an old computer game? Or something
Yeah.
more recent?
It's an old one, probably from the same time period.
Is it an RPG?
No,
Is it a fighting game?
no,
Is it an arena shooter?
no.
Platformer?
Kinda? It's some kind of weird side-scrolling kind of thing.
Okay.
I
What
guess
do
you might call it a beat 'em up as well. But
So,
the whole thing is like you're playing a dude who's like fighting for his life on an operating table. And during that time, you're having weird dreams. And so you have to get through the weird dreams. And there's all kinds of weird stuff happening in the weird dreams. Like in one level, you have to get a fish to fight off the monsters with and slap them with the fish. In another one, there is a like living lawnmower that will run you over if you don't avoid it. And also a little girl with a soccer ball that eats you.
the little girl eats you with a soccer ball.
The soccer ball. It has a mouth.
Oh,
The
does she
way-
kick the soccer ball at you?
Yeah, and the way you defeat the little girl is to play soccer with her back and forth until you can trick the soccer ball into like getting a good shot so it eats her instead of you.
It sounds like the results of a bad night's dream.
It was definitely a bad dream. Daimao is going away. See you later. We're
See
about
ya.
done here anyways.
Are you sure? You're sure you're able to restrain yourself from completing the art?
Bro, we just gotta put some
Guys,
sandals
no.
on her,
Oh, okay.
and I think we'll be good.
Alrighty.
So, let's see. You know what? Sandals suck.
She doesn't have socks on.
She does not have socks on, no. I don't think I've ever defeated weird dreams.
Could
Which
make it a good
tracks
stream.
because I never do beat anything, but
Hmm.
of course, like most old PC games, it did not have very friendly controls.
Good to know.
Alright. I think that might be everything I can do with her. Actually, probably makes more sense for this leg to be in front.
Hmm.
Or not. That kind of looks sucky.
I'll have to take your word for it. The Rumble stream is fighting for its life.
Shame.
Yep.
Alright. I think Patron can work with this.
There you go.
Be lazy.
Be lazy beam, go!
Oh, where's that? I need the 90s laser gun sounds.
Which laser gun is that? The first thing I think of would be the laser rooms from the arcade.
I will put it in the stream chat for you. How's it going, Tyrion? Oh, well, we're just about to call it to wrap it up here, I think. But first, we gotta play the retro laser gun sounds.
I do and I don't remember these.
I need all of those to play when I do some kind of animation. Like eye lasers or something. I need eye lasers that make those sounds.
Maybe you could have them for notification sounds. You could be the future version of 90s Wizard without disintegrating people by accident. You'll be responsible with the cool S.
80s laser wizard, yes.
Sure. Every decade needs a wizard.
You know what? I already am a laser wizard. Ha!
Nice.
Anyways, it's a good time to call it quits. So, thanks for watching, all you guys, especially over in Rumble, and thanks for the raid, Dingus. He ain't here, but I already thanked him anyways.
He's here with us in spirit.
Thanks for the raid, thanks for watching, thanks for the follows. We're gonna call it quits here because it's late. Evergrade's tired. I'm hungry.
To be fair, I'm usually tired, but yes.
That's true. I'm a night owl, and you're not.
I'm weak. You're not.
Anyways, bye.